Good morning, and welcome to the Institut National d'Histoire de l'Art, and congratulations on getting up so early on a Saturday. It's good to see so many people here to enjoy the continuation of the conference. The session that is now starting is Repenser l'histoire sociale et culturelle de l'art, and the three of us here on the dais are all English speakers. So this will be an English-speaking hour. So be it. My name's Richard Thompson. I'm former Watson Gordon Professor of Fine Art at the University of Manchester. More importantly, my two colleagues here are on my left, Laura Kalber, Associate Professor of Art History at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. Laura is the author of Color in the Age of Impressionism, Commerce, Technology and Art, which was published in 2017, which is a very stimulating read and very wide-ranging across all sorts of colors and ideas about color. And I now can't look at a painting at the end of the 19th century of a woman wearing a dress and wonder if the dress has lost color because it's been overwashed. Again, on the left, André Dombrowski, Francis Shapiro Weizenhofer Associate Professor of 19th Century European Art at the University of Pennsylvania, the author of Cézanne, Murder and Modern Life, 2013, and most recently, the freshly published Monet's Minutes, just out a moment ago, a very stimulating book, putting different aspects and different phases of Monet's career into the relationship with ideas about time at those particular periods, which is also a very stimulating read. So we're going to have the two papers and then a bit of a dialogue between ourselves, but towards the end of our hour, we are very much going to seek for questions to open up this topic of the social history of art to you in the audience. So we want this to be a pan-conference discussion. Now, we're reconsidering social and cultural art history, and the two papers that you're going to hear will be proposing new directions, bringing particular material into play, and we're going to have one paper about Degas and figure painting in the city, as it happens, and one painting about Monet and landscape painting by the sea. So looking at very different works of art by great artists, but in relation to social history of art. They're young. I'm not. And I perhaps represent an earlier phase, perhaps even a primary, prehistoric phase of the social history of art. In 1973, T.J. Clarke published The Absolute Bourgeois and the Image of the People, and I went into my Oxford College to find out who was going to tutor me that term, because I was just starting to do a course on art history. My father had bought me one of those books, because he said, you better get going with this. And there was a card, come and see me at this address at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, T.J. Clarke. So I was taught by Tim very early on. T.J. Clarke and Robert Herbert and Linda Nochlin were people who in the 1870s? Not that old. 1970s were people who were launching the social history of art. But the social history of art has never stood still. And that's something I think we need to think about in the next hour. Of course, in the late 70s and 80s, feminist art history came in with people like Linda Nochlin and Griselda Pollock. But that's something that's now, I think, very much absorbed into the social history of art and very much to its benefit. So the social history of art is something that is constantly in flux and development, and I think that's something that that might well come out this morning. So let us proceed looking at the two papers that we've got to launch us off today. So André, can I ask you to begin with Monet's Eyes Reconsidered, or Painting from the Perspective of the Douanier?
Richard, you may. And thank you for that really, really lovely introduction, and welcome everyone to the third day of a really fascinating symposium. Thank you to Félicie, Olivier, and all the organizers. This has been such a, I hope I'm speaking for all of us, such a tremendous amount of work. And so thank you to all the committees, institutions who have been part of it, Sigolène, of course, to the INHA and to the OSA for hosting us, of course, most centrally. And then big congratulations to Sylvie and to Anne and to Mary and to Kimberly for just an astonishing exhibition, right, that I think is really important, beautiful, and I think will no doubt be go into the historiography of Impressionism as it should. Enough. Laura and I, if I may say, we've both decided to present case studies from which I think we both hope some larger questions about social and cultural history will emerge, but we'll need your help bringing them out in discussion. Around the mid-1890s, the fog rolled into Monet's oeuvre. Of course, he had painted many fogs before, like Path in the Fog in 1887, but the painting was a bit of an outlier and few versions exist. And steam and smoke rise from coal engines and fill the air, as in his Gare Saint-Lazare paintings. But in a group of paintings called The Church in Vernon and Fog, of around 1894, we have an early instance of a set of paintings when not just the motif stood still, but also the weather. And Monet painted the monument often and mostly in fog. After the Rouen Cathedral series, of which only a few are foggy, and the Vernon group, he leaned into the strategy. He spent over a year in 1896-97 making the haziest paintings of his career up to this time, the series of the Mornings on the Seine devoted to the registration and the ultimate lifting of morning fog over the site near Giverny, where the Epte River flows into the Seine. Parallelly, in 1897, he painted 4 versions of the hazy views seen from an old customs cabin sitting on the cliffs of Varangeville near Dieppe in Normandie, among other coastal views. This was a motif Monet hadn't painted for 15 years, and the contrast to the 1882 versions is stark. Even though he must have encountered the same cliffs and the same structure after those 15 years at not radically different weather, now the cliffs and the horizon stood radically altered, the horizon hidden into near invisibility. It is this crucial difference that makes it easy to distinguish the paintings from 1882 from those made in 1897. Oh, Holly, I know what you mean about that light. It just came on, you know. Oh my God, I feel like I'm being baked now. You know, that's lovely. Starting in 1899, Monet would paint in London, of course, on 3 different trips, making some radical depictions of the city, but mostly of the city's fogs. All this amounts to a rather dramatic fogging up of Monet's visual field in the 1890s, and this talk is about those years when fog dominated Monet's output. How and why was this so? Art history says that the kind of painting Monet invented at this time was symbolism's ultimate triumph over Impressionism, the making of poetic abstraction in painting, which implies the ultimate wiping away of subject matter for a mood that's barely there and a formal field of color taking the place of the subject. The rise of the potential image is the term coined by Dario Gamboni that suggests a modernism favoring an open-ended depiction ready for psychic projection and emptied of representation. But perhaps there's more at work here, and what I want to propose and what follows is that fog for Monet also signaled the making of a world that Impressionism could never fully sublimate or conceal, not a world of particulars, visual plenty, and instantaneous transformation, but an industrial world of standards and abstractions and interchangeable parts. What if we explained the rise of the abstract picture in Monet not inner aesthetically, but socioculturally, as this panel asks us to consider? It was in the 1880s and 90s, after all, that standardization and interchangeability of parts, methods, forms began to deeply structure the industrial world, that a fully bureaucratic rather than a mechanic industrialization took hold. Time and space became universally standardized in Greenwich Mean Time in the mid-1880s as just one crucial example, overriding the patchworks of time and space that had existed in earlier decades and centuries. Capital started to take on its fully 20th century immaterial form through insurance, stock markets, new international tariff regulations, and other forms of governmental economic policy making and the like. Nothing totally new in the late 19th century, of course, but now newly global and newly globally and interchangeable, requiring a specific mindset circling around international standards and abstracted technologies of communication to ensure the smoothness of such exchanges and exchange rates. What if we saw Monet's fogs and their drive towards abstraction not as expressions of an anti-industrial symbolist dream world, not as an escape into artistic autonomy, but as depictions of the very material abstractions and standardizations unleashed by industry and capital within the landscape? When we do so, morning and sunrise, as in Mornings on the Seine, for instance, start to appear less as purely natural categories of time, less as atmospheric effects, but as time frames less and less useful to the structure of the modern day, less and less part of modern time management. What if Monet's paintings show more than sunrises, namely the very uselessness of sunrise as a temporal structure for the modern workday? Who, after all, starts work at sunrise anymore, rather than, say, 8 or 9 a.m. or 11 or noon, which is when I start my day? Monet certainly didn't, given how regulated by the watch his day usually was. Or when Monet went back to the cliffs at Varengeville in the mid-1890s to paint that same quaint customs house, a structure erected under Napoleon's protectionist tariffs against Britain of the early 1800s, overlooking the channel, his eyes would have adopted the very viewpoint of those tariffs and their enforcement. In the 1890s, those tariff and customs policies were changing towards the more restrictive, protectionist ones of the 20th century. When Monet looked over the cliffs at Varengeville, his eyes never just saw the sea, nature, weather effect, or a fog. They saw import and export duties as well, materialized as sight and point of view. When, by 1899, Monet painted Houses of Parliament in fog, he has taken into view the very building of the state and of nation building itself. And when painting Waterloo Bridge and Charing Cross Bridge, the two key arteries of exchange and transport in the capital, he underscored the very flow of money as well. How did Monet paint fog in these years? And in what's coming next, I want to thank in particular the conservators at the Art Institute of Chicago, Kimberly Muir and Kirk Vieux-Mont, who have quite systematically studied the museum's Monet holdings. And if you've never used the wonderful online Monet catalog that Chicago has produced, it's an amazing scholarly resource. Let's take a branch of the Seine near Giverny in Mist at the Art Institute as our first example. It appears that when Monet painted the scene's fog, he painted it over the scene in a couple of final smooth layers, as if the fog had quickly moved in. Monet himself fogged up his paintings of fog, that is to say, he mixed his paints with copious amounts of white, thickening and whitening the paint and thus the air. He then whipped this mixture quite heavily to a degree that air got trapped within the paint, which later produced noticeable bubbling when some of those bubbles popped. It's a little hard to see, but perhaps you can see some of the small popped bubbles. So it really was like as if he had treated the paint like a bit of a meringue or so, right? Getting air into the painterly matter. It's as if he wanted air itself to be part of the paint laden with air, but also air laden with paint. Conservators have shown that this final layer did not always bond well with what had already dried below and tended to crack, exposing the paint layers below, color hovering just below the fog. I think this detail shows this quite well. In Chicago's customs cabin, paints get whitened also and applied broadly towards the end, wet on dry. Here too a brighter scene was covered over and more vibrant colors hidden beneath. What is more, almost as a sign of acknowledgement of what Monet had lost and covered, he took the colors he had just hidden, a more vibrant green for instance, and put new accents on top of the foggy layer so that that color does not just shine from below, but now rests on top as well. I think you can see the green both below and accented above as well. The question then remains, why? I have argued elsewhere that it seems significant that Monet started to elevate instantaneity in representation, finding it in nature at the same time when natural timeframes became more fully useless to modern life, and abstracted industrial forms of timekeeping took over as our ways to structure the day, referred to as standard and universal time, invented in the 1870s, 80s, and 90s. And here, of course, is Monet with that, I love the photo on the left, just because that big clock is just towering right over his shoulder. My point is that in the process of its universalization, time profoundly aestheticized and developed its own internal norms and standards. What natural effects Monet painted into his series were in fact temporalities then already in the process of serializing and ordering themselves by means of a highly artificial structure of time invented by industrial capitalism. When around the same time Monet painted the cliffs and customs house at Varengeville, he looked over toward the horizon, seeing yet another form of economic abstraction unfolding. While it may seem that at first the motif he chose was purely sublime, let's look again. While the structure he centered in the painting had been built during Napoleon's continental blockade in the first years of the century and was no longer in use to patrol incoming ships, but was now occupied by locals for storage, customs were still on the public's mind as Monet painted. Firstly, the structure itself seems to have a pair of eyes, and its two prominent windows stare out at the ocean and the viewer simultaneously, given the viewpoint that Monet chose. He's looking, and we are looking, at the structure, but also through the structure's eyes, forced to continue the work of guarding the coastline, panoptical practices central to the site. When Monet painted here in 1897, showing fog in the distance, blurring the horizon, abstracting the scene and making ships difficult to spot, he was commenting on the first years of a new customs era, I think, inaugurated by the so-called Méline Treaty of 1892, much debated in the years prior and revised in subsequent ones. The treaty was one of the most important forms of economic legislation of the late 19th century, named after Jules Méline, the later prime minister, who you see here on the right, who had devised it. It signaled a return to the earlier protectionist policies of the early 19th century, ending the period of free trade associated with the Second Empire and early Third Republic. A simple two-tiered system of tariffs eliminated the free trade policies that had been established around 1860. The protectionist policies were a renewed state intrusion then within the international system of taxation compared to the earlier, less regulated phase of free trade. They made the eyes of the state tangible, the subtle intrusion both into vision and the landscape of the economic principles devised by the state. The paintings ask of their viewers to look partly with pleasure then and nostalgia, and partly with vigilance and attention also. They equate viewers with customs officers or douaniers, the job held by Henri Rousseau before his retirement from the profession in 1893. Here's an old sticker on the back of the Chicago picture where you can see the original title of the which is Cabane de Douanier. So it's emphasized in its very title. In many ways, they admire the careful look devised at such sites. They seek to replicate it within the realm of modern art. In some of the 1882 versions of the scene, the windows are partly hidden behind some shrubs, as if peeking through. The whole structure seems to hide behind the bushes to spy. Or in 1882, in the 1882 Brooklyn version on the right, the cabin takes on literally the position of the oblique, observing look. In 1897, Monet stopped such literal forms of surveillance and instead started to make the fog move in. In such intensely panoptical circumstances, bringing in the fog mattered. It is a way to obscure, to obstruct the gaze, to stop the operations of surveillance while acknowledging their omnipresence. The ships become, of course, more difficult to spot. The newly tangible effect surrounding things and hovering over landscapes is a form of pictorial acknowledgement of the very infrastructures binding things together in the modern world, of the tangible and partly visible sets of international standards and norms now governing social and economic life from above and from below. So then there are, I guess, two final points I want to make very clearly, right? One about Monet and one about perhaps a bit more broadly methodological, right? I want to make sure that our understandings of when we talk about Monet's eyes, right? What eyes? Oh, those eyes. You know the famous quote, that we don't just presume them to be agile entities of leisure and pleasure, but that they also had an ability. When they have an ability to look closely, that ability also is not far from issues of surveillance and observation. Right? And I think in these paintings, he brings that out to the fore. Secondly, I want to make sure that we begin or we undertake an art history of form here and questions of form, of the whitening of the fog, and of weather effects, that not as purely themselves, but as potential social signifiers. Right? Because I think when one paints a customs cabin and makes the fog roll in and stops those very operations of surveillance, the very formal and weather effects that are in the pictures start to signify socioculturally. And I think we can debate the intentionality of this, right? But I can't imagine Monet not at least somewhat being aware of the fact. So to conclude, Monet's instantaneity, then, recall this is his own word framed from a famous letter to Geoffroy in 1890, was born in the age of universal time and international customs regulation. The term was that system's most immeasurable and incalculable entity. How long precisely is an instant, after all, yet also its offspring? Monet's series are about the cultural processes of correlating, synchronizing, and making uniform a plurality of endlessly varied temporal effects. They also represent the full mechanization and aestheticization of time and money then underway as time and capital universalized around him. They offered an imagery of temporal and capitalistic self-determination at precisely that moment in history when such fictions of individualism and freedom were most under threat by the increasingly intrusive processes of international and internalized forms of time standardization and capital regulation. That is, and remains, I think, the special and haunting beauty of Monet's fogs. So I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you especially to Félicie for bringing us all together. I'm so sad to have missed the first 2 days of the conference. It's really an honor to be here. And since Richard, mon collègue Richard, nous a identifiés comme étant tous.
Since Richard told us that we were all English speakers, well, I grew up in Quebec, but I also have students in this room who come from Minnesota and they don't speak French, and because this presentation is going to be given in the original version without subtitles, maybe it is better if I speak English so that everyone can understand me, even the French people from the French speakers from France.
At the 1931 exhibition at the Musée de l'Orangerie, Degas, portraitiste, sculpteur, organizers showcased the artist's well-known Portrait à la Bourse, Portraits at the Stock Exchange, alongside a smaller preparatory study, then in the private collection of Jacques May. In his letter to the director of the Musées Nationaux, agreeing to the loan, May insisted, however, that the pastel be shown under the shorter title à la Bourse, at the stock exchange. His father, Ernest, the artwork's original owner and reputed subject, quote, had never wanted it to be presented to the public as a portrait, he insisted. This is perhaps not all that surprising, considering the increasingly anti-Jewish political climate of the times and what scholars have described as Degas' stereotyped anti-Semitic portrayal of the Jewish art collector and banker. Whether we should regard Portrait à la Bourse as a genuine portrait has been a long-standing matter of debate among art historians. The uncertainty, I contend, has multiple origins, most notably the nature of the Paris Bourse itself as a marketplace organized around the feverish production and exchange of codified, abstract representations, and Degas' particular position as the maker of one-of-a-kind, ostensibly impressionist artworks within this visual economy. Portrait à la Bourse was likely commissioned by May. Provenance records indicate no prior owner, and when the banker sold the bulk of his art collection in 1890, Degas' paintings and preparatory pastel were among the handful of artworks saved from the auctioneer's gavel. That the painting was, in its creator's eyes at least, a portrait is confirmed meanwhile by Degas' notes for the fourth so-called Impressionist exhibition in 1879, where the artist listed a portrait of May among the works he intended to include in the show. The title under which the painting would eventually appear in the exhibition catalogue, Portrait, virgule, comma, à la Bourse, suggests there may well be some truth to the son's claim. May's name appears only in the form of initials as the owner of the painting. Degas' replacement of the singular portrait with the plural portrait, portraits, further muddied the waters, leading some to speculate about the identities of other figures in the painting. Writing in the 1940s, Paul-André Lemoine identified the man with his hand on May's shoulder, leaning in to get a better view of the most recent dispatch as a certain Monsieur Bolâtre, one of the banker's associates. Although, given the artist's extremely cursory rendering of the financier, it's hard to know exactly what Lemoine was basing his conclusion on. Writing in 1876, Edmond Duranty observed that with the dawn of what he termed the new painting, artists, namely Degas, had begun to fully embrace reality. Quote, "We will no longer separate the figure from the background of an apartment or the street. In actuality, a person never appears against a neutral or vague backgrounds. Instead, surrounding him and behind him are the furniture, fireplaces, curtains, and walls that indicate his financial position, class, and profession. The individual will be at a piano, examining a sample of cotton in an office, or waiting in the wings to go on stage, end quote. Yet, with the notable exception of Martin Young here with us today, art historians' readings of the painting have centered much more on Degas, his brother René's disastrous venture in cotton futures, the failure of his father's bank in 1876, his brother André's shooting of his mistress's husband in front of the Bourse, and the artist's uneasiness with the art market. All of this has kind of taken precedence over Ernest May and the unique setting of the alleged portrait. Melding realism, gross stereotype, and murky indecipherability, Degas' rendering of the painting's subject or subjects fails to meet the threshold of discrimination and individuation we generally expect of a portrait. And now I feel like I should have really included. Sorry, I'm going to go back. Degas' rendering of the painting's subject or subjects fails to meet the threshold of discrimination and individuation we generally expect of a portrait. The problem I initially surmised was one of setting. In the eyes of Victor Hugo and other contemporary observers interested in architectural matters, the monumental temple designed by Alexandre Théodore Brongniart to house the city's financial and commodities marketplaces stood as a prime example of the semantic exhaustion of neoclassical architecture. Presented in his 1831 novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hugo's evaluation of the building is worth quoting at length. Quote, "If it be a rule that the architecture of a building should be so adopted to the purpose of the building itself as that the aspect of the edifice should at once declare that purpose, we cannot too much admire a structure which from its appearance might be either a royal palace, a chamber of deputies, a town hall, a college, a writing house, an academy, a repository, a court of justice, a museum, a barrack, a mausoleum, a temple, or a theater, and which all the while is an exchange." And those interested, we can go on a little field trip after the conference. An illustration of money's uncanny ability to turn qualities into quantities, the Bourse, I reason, was as the closest one could get to a neutral or vague background outside the painter's studio. No wonder Degas' figures had the appearance of generic types rather than fully individuated persons. Young's identification of the location where Degas depicted May as one of the arcaded pillars that ran along the perimeter of the stock exchange's interior trading floor, as opposed to the exterior portico as commonly believed, made me reconsider my argument, however. Contrary to the London Stock Exchange, which was organized as a private, members-only club, the building of the Paris Stock Exchange was a public monument, freely accessible to all. State-appointed brokers, known as agents change, conducted business in a separate section of the trading floor known as the parquet. Testifying, however, to the fundamentally public nature of the exchange, the agents change were required to negotiate their trades around a circular railing known as the corbeille, whose sole purpose was to separate brokers from one another so their transactions could be witnessed by outside observers. Bankers, small-time private investors, commis, financial journalists, unofficial brokers who formed the curb market known as the coulisses could, in theory, if they weren't afraid of getting into a scuffle, could, in theory, crisscross the trading floor as they pleased. Not all coulissiers were confined to the exterior portico. Forming what was known as the coulisses de la rente, Those who specialized in government bonds set up shop inside the stock exchange, right next to the parquet. For gawkers and tourists who looked down at the trading floor, from the second floor gallery, the spectacle of the stock exchange was just that, an inexpensive entertainment. For illustrators employed by satirical publications and news weeklies such as L'Illustration, it was an object of close visual scrutiny and a source of livelihood. Honoré Daumier, Bertal, Nadar, Cham, Gustave Doré, Robida, it's hard to think of a 19th century caricaturist who did not try his hand at financial humor. L'Illustration and the slightly down market Le Monde Illustré and L'Univers Illustré offered a combination of caricatures and repertorial imagery aimed at giving readers a sense of the daily, often idiosyncratic rituals financiers performed in the world's second most important stock exchange after London. The difference between the two genres is not always clear-cut. Take, for instance, the following engraving by Jules Pellecoq from March 22nd, 1873. Included in the throng of traders are several individuals whose highly expressive, codified gestures seemingly await yet resist interpretation. The jovial dandy in the bottom left, signaling the number 3 with his left hand and what is perhaps the number 2 with his right. Next to him, an older man whose facial expression conveys fear, maybe panic. 3 other individuals making the exact same hand gesture as the first. Pellecoq's engraving does not so much decode the Bourse for the newspaper's readers as recreate the experience of visitors trying and mostly failing to make sense of the representational system by which millions were made and lost seemingly out of thin air. Pushing against the conventions of the genre, the sketch artist's interpretation of the daily goings-on at the stock exchange didn't provide a clear and lucid interpretation of events. Instead, it revealed the essentially representational nature of finance, the codified semiotic processes by which economic value was defined in the context of a larger economy of signs dominated by the press. Like money, the press was not a neutral, transparent medium, but increasingly took on a life of its own, shaping individuals' understanding of what counted as valuable and the vast array of anonymous economic transactions that increasingly defined everyday life. As the secrétaire général and then directeur of the Banque Franco-Égyptienne, a joint stock bank founded in 1870, Ernest May would have been particularly attuned to the often ambiguous relationship between reality and representation in the financial world. The arcaded pillar Young identifies as the location of the portrait was not just any spot. As my research has determined, it was almost certainly the banker's regular workstation at the stock exchange. As Henri Kozik explained in his 1885 primer, La Bourse à la portée de tous, quote, "The bankers walk around the interior of the Bourse. Each one has his corner, always the same one. So the employees of the firms who are sent their way as needed can easily find them. The bankers have an interest in seeing one another. One must take the pulse of the market," end quote. Far from being disreputable or ambiguous then, the setting and composition of Degas' painting directly recalled the widely copied 1830s caricature of Nathan Meyer Rothschild as the pillar of the Royal Exchange. The sight of someone whispering into another's ear inevitably raises suspicions, and financiers sometimes use this to their advantage. Be that as it may, the awful din of the marketplace often required men to speak in unusually close proximity. To be a successful broker, one had to have, among other things, quote, good eyes to see faces, Émile Zola wrote in his research notes for his 1891 novel, L'Argent. But how exactly did Degas see May? In a letter to Félix Braquemont, the artist observed how his patron was, quote, going to acquire a small townhouse, and he continues, arrange his little collection in one of his galleries. He is a Jew, he added. It's not hard to see why so many, including perhaps the banker's own son, have seen in Degas' likeness of May nothing but a paranoid, anti-Semitic personification of the intangible forces of the market. A watercolor portrait of the banker and his wife, completed a decade later by the Swedish artist Anders Zorns, raises the possibility, however, that Degas may actually have been more faithful in his portrayal of the sitter than the content of his letter to Braquemont and later notoriously anti-Semitic opinions would suggest. In a photograph from the early 1920s showing a much older May, and by the way, this is the only photograph I found of him after like 6-7 years of looking and going onto genealogy Facebook groups, talking to a great-great-granddaughter who happens to be related to Danielle Steele, but that's a different issue. This is the only photograph I have found of the man. But notice, he is wearing the same pince-nez he sported in Degas' portrait. Okay, but what of the murkiness, the sketchiness, the painting's patently unfinished appearance? Epitomized by Léon Bonnat's contemporaneous portrait of Isaac Pereire, portraits of bankers, those at the helm of joint stock banks especially, were meant to inspire public confidence. It is hard to imagine Portrait à la Bourse having that effect on viewers. Carol Armstrong famously described the painting as illicit and unclean. The stock exchange is blacker, dirtier than any of Degas' others. This is business conducted in secret. It is a picture of clandestine commerce, depicting the exchange of market information as a species of covert operations conducted through furtive whispers and spying glances. Degas' choice of setting aligned with the principles outlined by Duranty. Contrary, however, to the portrait Degas produced of the writer, his portrait of the banker was bad for business. Indeed, it's worth noting that in his letter to the director of the Musée National, Jacques May, the son, did not actually say that his father did not consider the painting to be a portrait, only that his father never intended it for it to be exhibited as such. Degas, as we know, never fully identified as an Impressionist. Writing in his notebook sometime, probably in 1879, he struggled to decide what the exhibition he was planning should be called. Fourth exhibition organized by a group of artists, fourth exhibition organized by a group of independent artists, fourth exhibition of a group of independent artists, realists, and impressionists. In depicting May on the trading floor of the Bourse, as opposed to, say, the banker's office, the artist directly borrowed from the playbook of caricaturists and illustrators. Like Pedcock's engravings, Degas pictured the Bourse as dominated by this production and exchange of signs. Hand gestures, whispers, noses, shoes. What is that shoe doing there? Sketching at the Bourse, notebook in hand, Degas would have had no difficulty imagining a less prosperous future where, unable to make enough money from the sale of his paintings, he was forced to make a living as a mere illustrator. A few years earlier, the artist had sent a pen and ink version of the rehearsal of the ballet to the Illustrated London News, hoping the paper would buy it. Neither realist nor impressionists, the artist's bold, highly visible brushstrokes are, as I see it, a testimony to his commitment to painting and the making of one-of-a-kind artworks in the age of the mass press and its easily disseminated stereotypes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Right, well, we now have a quarter of an hour left to consider the social history of art in relation to Impressionism. And there are a number of questions that come up with the social history of art. One is how it changes over time. We were talking about it 50 years ago, how things change. And also whether bringing in a lot of social and historical material actually takes away from the experience of looking at the works of art. I think those are issues to consider. Would either of you like to start off with either of those in order to provoke the masses over there?
I like provoking the masses. I think it's very simple that the social part of the social history of art used to mean something specific. It used, do you also hear that echo?
It's all right. Go on.
It used to mean a largely Marxist-influenced history focused on class and class relations. It was an art history that took class as the fundamental organizing principle of society and was interested in how those class relations were represented iconographically and entered into the thinking of what it meant to be an artist in relationship to the landowners or to the working class. And I think there is a lot of value in focusing on labor. And we're definitely at a time in history where Marxist political economy is not just the only way we've come to understand economic relations. And looking into the history of economic thought in the 19th century, we realize Marx had a lot of influence, but he was certainly not the only way of understanding the increasingly important way in which economics enters into social life. So I would say that a focus on, let's say, money or finance or the market, but not in the sense of kind of, situationist spectacle, right? A different type of understanding of economic relations has entered into our definition of the social history of art today. And I would also add that in my case, the economic is important. But increasingly, I feel that the social history of art involves a triangulation between perhaps the social political, the art, and some other field, like the history, intellectual history, or environmental history. And that's what I kind of see as the social history of art today, as opposed to in the 70s and 80s.
Thank you. Andre, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, sure. Laura, I think that was right and good, and I'm not sure I have that much to say. I'm a little worried that now, 50 years later, the origins of the socialists aren't being a bit caricatured and stereotyped themselves as being so doggedly about Marxist forms of capital. Anyway, I was not there. I wish I had some anecdote from being there, but I think it was probably much more varied to begin with, right? So I think that maybe is something one might have to acknowledge, right? And so for me, I like the panel's title of thinking through the difference between a social history of art and a cultural history of art, right? And so maybe I want to start there a little bit, because for me the social history of art is, and there are still proponents, I think today, me included, who are interested less in just class issues or Marxist questions, but a bigger questions around normative behaviors, social structures, be they financial, be they racial, be they gendered, that are structuring both our economic but also our cultural exchanges on a very profound level. And I think the social history of art taught us to see them as having an effect on the visual and on the profoundest level. The cultural history of art, I think, wants to respond to that as a challenge that those methods need not always tend towards the fine arts, right, which I think the original method tended to do. Right? It was a method to interpret another way of interpreting the fine arts. That the cultural history is much more varied in the way that you're practicing, right? And that the caricature and the painting are all on a level cultural playing field and should be understood as such. But I think the cultural history understands much more all forms of cultural production as equally valid in terms of their revelatory nature of what they can tell us about a particular social moment, but it's also, to me, a little bit more open, less interested in normative behaviors, right, in group behaviors and in laws, in the way that my work over the last, 20 years, 10 years has been interested in those more structural emphases, right? I think the cultural historical approach leaves a little bit more room for countergroup behaviors and for work that's happening on a more individualistic, indigenous, you name it, right? A form of expression. So I want to draw some distinctions there, but I think that there's still work happening in both those veins that is equally interesting. It's just sort of slowly morphing into different questions and topics. So maybe I'll leave it at that for now.
Well, thank you. I'm very interested that you use the word behavior, because I think that's very important to try and look at the behaviors of people at the particular period we're studying. And your picture of the bourse shows behavior. Mm-hmm. And I'm interested in reaching out into all sorts of layers of evidence in order to understand why people behaved as they did and how they behaved in order to read pictures. So, for example, I needed to have some evidence of how anti-republican attitudes in the upper classes manifested themselves under the early Third Republic. And I found the case of a big landowner in northern France who got the peasants on his estate to empty the fosse septique, the septic tank, in his big house every year on the 14 Juillet. Are there any questions from the floor? Jim?
Do I need a microphone?
It's coming.
Oh, thank you. I was an undergraduate student of Robert Herbert, which is where I discovered art history as a discipline. I was a history major, but I took as many art history courses as I could fit in. And so I had the opportunity to hear, different points of view. I may not have realized that they had names like formalist, etc. But Robert Herbert was the person who I would have to say got me to go into art history, because it just seemed that he had the right way to do it, especially as I was coming from history. And one of the first of his books that I happened to read was in a series called Art in Context. And I would say that prefigured and perhaps lay the ground for what came to be called, with definitely the Marxist, the Marxist orientation, social history of art. And now I think, in a sense, although we call it something different from art in context, it seems to me that the field has broadened to kinds of contexts that Herbert himself may not have considered. But I think we do remember also that Herbert was quite left-leaning. And it may be that at that time, he couldn't declare himself to be an outright Marxist art historian. But it seems to me that perhaps the broader approach of art in context lay the ground for, and that we have returned to something that might be called art in context, which of course is very, very broad, and new contexts are found all the time.
Yes.
So I just wanted to say I was glad to hear Bob Herbert's name, and I had a direct experience of his teaching.
Well, he was a great man.
Am I allowed to respond? I agree. Art in context, that is the art history that made me fall in love with art history. Eugenia Herbert, Robert Herbert's wife, was also very left-leaning in her research, at least. But I always have had a problem with the art and the context. It creates, in my mind, too much of a divide and too much of an assumption about what it is that we as art historians do. I do think we read pictures, but I don't think we only read pictures. And sometimes understanding the context in order to read the picture is reductive. I think what I would like us to do is think a little bit about, why are we doing this? What are the really important questions we have to ask? And my questions, and I sometimes get in trouble, for this, is not to understand just the picture, but what the picture teaches us about systems of representation, about conditions of consciousness, about ideology. And I realize it's a little bit of a, that kind of illusion. Sometimes you see a vase, sometimes you see two faces, but I don't see my goal as a cultural historian as simply explaining pictures or interpreting them. It's one step, and I do say it's an important step, and I don't view the interpretation of paintings or the fine arts as requiring the same type of skills and analysis and research as prints, but each require their own kind of distinct methodologies. And I am resistant to this idea of equalization or kind of flattening, because a painting is not the same thing as an engraving, but that doesn't mean we can't do both well.
I'll just add briefly that what for me has been exciting about the art and context relationship in the art history of the last 10, 15 or so years, and I think there is very much common ground between Laura and me, Holly's work, that we are interested not in the kind of art and context, right, but in the very feature, to see a context or a contextual reading as the features of art, right? As the you in terms of color, right? It is there in the picture, right? It is there in the lights that are being depicted. It's there in the time, right? And in the most fundamental blocks that are often, that is the vocabulary of formalism and other methods, right? I think we do see a history at work and a context at work in those very formal principles, right? So I think that there is a new stage in which those two have really been fused, and I find that particularly exciting, because I do think the endless division between art and context, which then often leads, you don't want to know how often people have listened to my talks and then come up to me and say, oh, it's just zeitgeist, that it's that German word that, as a German myself, always rubs me the wrong way. But because it's meant as an insult, and so as an insult about there are things going on over there in any culture, right, that don't really impinge on picture making, right? They just happen and they are not there. And I just am like, no, it's such a deep palimpsestic, the picture is such a deep palimpsestic space, right, with an unconscious and a subconscious and an imagination that is so full of information. So I really want that distinction between art and context not to matter and not to be so prevalent.
We've got time for
Yes.
one more question, and I can see a finger being waved. Holly. So well, let's have two more questions. Holly, you go first.
This is going to be very,
Please, we
will be
need to
very-
keep to time, so let's be...
this will be very quick. It seems to me a term that I keep waiting to hear in this very vivid and interesting discussion that I haven't heard yet that I think is so crucial is, even before I utter the word, you know me, I'm going to say something else. I think that seems to me to be the zone of maximum challenge for art historians of the stripe that we're trying to describe, namely grappling with mediations. And I'm very interested to think about whether our skill at working with the trickiest bit of all, mediations, whether that skill has improved in 50 years or whether the founders 50 years ago were more agile and attentive to, you know, I mean, it's, what do I want to say, the glue between the two terms that you all have been thrusting into the foreground. I don't use the word context. For me, it's too mechanized, but nonetheless, the art and conditions. What about mediations? I'll just leave it at that.
Right, mediations. One more question or point, please.
Sorry, Holly. So I wanted to ask, why does, like, to open it up a little bit, why do we assume that a work has to be at its time? I mean, maybe a work is looking ahead of its time or behind its time. I mean, there's no necessary relationship between a work of art and the context that produced it. Sometimes works think ahead, sometimes they think back.
Do you want to respond to that, Laura? Because if you do.
I do. Yes, and I think that as humans, we have a lot less free will than we think we do. So if there are certain things that are thinkable for most people, and yes, there are exceptional individuals, but not all of the people I write about are exceptional, right? And even if they're exceptional in certain respects, I'm perhaps more interested in what makes them ordinary. Not always, but actually, to get back to what makes certain, to the question of mediation, I do think that Degas, that the artists, I don't think we could get better in terms of understanding, like the experts of mediation are the artists themselves, right? And looking at how they understand, right, the production and exchange of signs, how they represent it, gives us tools as art historians to unpack their very meaning.
Thank you. I think the question of free will is very important at this point because we've come to the end of our hour. So I would like to thank Laura and Andre for their splendid papers and you for your contribution.
Merci à tous effectivement pour cette
Would have loved to.
pour ces-
I love thinking.
je vous invite
Thank you very much. I encourage you now to move to the upstairs to the break room. It's the Harburg room, and we'll be having a short break, and we'll be able to continue. symposium, the third day, the last half, or the second half of the last part of the last day. It's the slope upwards before the ridge. And then we'll all be free to go and visit the exhibitions at the Musée d'Orsay, or we'll be free to go and visit Giverny and see the sea that we saw this morning, Monet's garden. It's time to do it before the tourists all come in floods and droves. Thank you for being here, and thank you for setting things going. And actually, our two speakers this morning enliven things, and I'll introduce them in a little while. Jeremy Williams and Neil McWilliam. We're going to be talking this morning about reading through case studies, or investigating through artists on the margins of art history. Pierre Francestel, and we'll see through Neil's presentation, we'll talk about this later on, that he took on quite a position on the margins, an important position on the margins, or as a marginal or different thinker, and he encouraged us to think of how Impressionism was included in academic writings and institutions. And then we have two art critics who might also seem on the margins of the Impressionist movement, despite the fact that one of them wrote about Cézanne. Geoffroy came from a Quaker chocolate maker's family, and was the builder of the Impressionist position with the expression at the Grafton Gallery in the 1870s. We're slightly on the margins, but at the same, we're also, and since yesterday, and this is why it's interesting to come into being after everyone else. Well, we realize that the history of Impressionism is a history that was designed and developed by many people, and from people from very varied walks of life. And we had an historian who was interested in sociology, we had geographers, we had climate specialists, scientists, we even listened to art history. We even had a few art historians from time to time getting involved in it. And that's how we can think about and question who makes the history of Impressionism. Let's introduce three people, one unknown and two, or three topics, sorry, one unknown topic and two that have been really mentioned, and this will put into light or shed light on three critics, a sociologist, art historian, and of whom we are talking about. So the anonymous person is the visitor, the one who looks at the Impressionist painting. That person has been pushed aside in all of our discussions that we've had up until now. Yesterday, I was telling the story, and someone thought I was a diplodocus, a sort of dinosaur, and I said that I'd viewed or visited the 1974 exhibition. Someone thought I was really a blast from the past, but then I had a slightly later memory. I was born at the time of art history, and I also remembered the exhibition that was fantastic, and it brings us back to Robert Albert, Herbert, that we talked about earlier on, Impressionism in the French landscape, which in 1986 was among all of the series of major exhibitions organized by the Musée d'Orsay and the team of the Musée d'Orsay at the Grand Palais, and that was really a moment when Impressionism became more structured following these exhibitions, and it was a first non-monographic exhibition, not just Monet or just Cézanne or Manet, who were the great master. In 1983, it was Impressionism in French landscape with trains, the garden, and La Grenouillère, and a blockbuster exhibition. And it's very interesting to hear what visitors were talking about and when they were looking at the paintings. And on that day, I heard two ladies, not that old actually, and they were saying, "Ah, it's beautiful. It's like Great Mama's garden." And it's a way of really self-appropriating the Impressionist painting. It was in front of a Monet, they were saying this. It was a way of taking appropriation of the paintings, and it puts us back in our place. We have we have very informed, savant, scientific visions of this, but the success of exhibitions and 300,000 visitors who've already gone to the exhibition in the Musée d'Orsay, or the 26,000 who have visited the virtual exhibition, are just as important. And so why do these people come? Do they come for what we listened to this morning, which was remarkable? Or do they come, well, we're listening to André. I thought of the Monet in the 1990s exhibition, where we said that the poplar trees were the trees of freedom, that the cathedral was separation between the church and the state. That's no doubt the truth, but is that what people see? And I believe that in the discussion, the discourse, the speech, and the context and environment that we are situated in as art historians or art sociologists, I think that we really need to make great space, a big space for these anonymous people who bring to life Impressionism and then the idea of Impressionism. They don't ask the question. They might ask the question a bit more after having seen the exhibition at the Musée d'Orsay. They were only expecting to see Monet, Renoir, Cézanne, Renoir, Pissarro, Degas, and we are also showing them Audin, Meissonier, all of these. Jarrard is far more movable, or Le Pic, or Donitis, people who aren't necessarily used to associating with Impressionism. The exhibition, therefore, will make the public, or move the public. And yesterday I wanted to write a press cut, and I've noticed, or a press review, and I've looked at the press, or the media, and I noticed that the major newspapers, broadsheets, had not actually become very interested in this exhibition for the moment. That's for the anonymous visitor. Then there are two other types of people whom I would like to mention and remind you of what they have done. Just to put all of this into context. Now, the first, I don't know which way I'll start. Let's start with the oldest, maybe the most original. Now, we may have talked about it. We might have talked about it yesterday. The picture popped up on the board, but there wasn't enough time. It was the Venturi ship. It was about Ionio Venturi. Sorry, it was about. Now, apart from putting it at the heart of Impressionism, but the publications on the art of his Impressionism, well, I think it is a major date in the history of Impressionism, I would say. It was the first time that documents were used. They were actually badly receptioned. They weren't accepted very nicely. We have testimonials from art historians who were saying, well, why are we being shown that Monet had financial problems? It's not at all interesting. But I think that in Mathury's approach, and we mustn't forget that he wrote the first catalogues for great artists, Pissarro, Cézanne, and so on. And even if this was just a beginning, in the approach of Venturi, who was a major art critic, it's interesting not for Impressionism, but for the whole 19th century and beyond. There is this documented approach, an approach to the document. I'm a historian of the old school, historian. History is built with documents, and I think that this is very important. Venturi, who was very active in link, of course, with the art market. Of course, the art market in Impressionists were published by Durand-Ruel. The catalogues were published and written upon request from the gallery. So we can see that he was very much a stakeholder, Venturi, and a person involved in this market on which the Impressionist works of art were circulating. So I believe that Venturi brought a great deal. And the second, of course, after having talked about Venturi, is John Rewald, who today is demolished. Despite the fact that we need him, we criticize John Rewald's photographs, but we are very happy to find them in the archives. We criticize John Rewald's writings, but here too, he did a great deal to document the history of Impressionism. We talk about the history of Impressionism. We don't talk about his thesis on Cézanne and the first publications of his correspondence with Pissarro before the Second World War, which brought in a great deal of new blood and new ideas. And it may be old hat now, but I don't think it is. But don't forget that the history of Impressionism is published in 1846, but he said it began in 1855. I'm not convinced that all of those who were interested in Impressionism at the time, they might have started in 1863, maybe in 1874, but now they didn't have in mind starting in 1855, when the origins of Impressionism, the exhibition, 50 years later, everyone, everyone didn't say, oh, he's a genius, but they said he was very interesting without diminishing Henry's merit. John Rawls did things and wrote things about this way before. And I believe that the personality and the action of Rawls, whom I didn't know or meet, but some here may have crossed his path, some older people here. I believe that this personality, this person, the action that he carried out were essential, and that the history of Impressionism that I believe should be revisited. I'm talking about the volume of writings. It's very interesting the way in which he writes. He's taking things, blowing them up, taking them purely from the point of view of their chronology. I think this is a very interesting way in its methodological pre-assumptions, and I really think that Rewald was, and may among us be the only one to have benefited, or at least to have acted in the three major environments of his art history: Germanic, French, and Anglo-Saxon. He began in the Germanic era, and he left for the reasons that we know. Given his faith and beliefs, he went to study for his thesis, his PhD in Paris, just before the Second World War. And when you wanted to study and do your PhD on Impressionism, you would go to the Sorbonne. It may have changed since for the same reason. After that, he went to the United States. That's where he carried out the rest of his career. However, he was a real passing on of methodology and influence, and he was a mediator, and I think that or a go-between, and the personality of Rewald deserves to be reconsidered, reassessed, and I really wished to do it here. I'm maybe a dinosaur, but that's it. You need a word to be said to get a reaction. Isn't that true? So I wish to do this and say this as an introduction, and to present the next session, and in order to provide thought, or to be thought-provoking. Now, it's now the time to give the floor to our two speakers. First of all, to Neil McWilliam. Neil McWilliam is someone that all of the 19th century specialists know. The first work he published, that is a Bible for all of us, our Bible, the bibliography of the Salon of the Jewish, of the monarchy of the the monarchy of the Second Empire, which is used for studies. It's this book used in universities. Neil has had a very distinguished academic career. He began his studies in Oxford, and he finished in Tufts University, where he occupied the Walter Annenberg chair. So in both art and art history. And he is a very important personality for us in the research and studies on French art in the 19th century in the wider sense, from the Revolution all the way up to the First World War. And he published and did research, carried out research, and wrote books that are very important. Some books on history of art are very traditional and classical. I've talked about the bibliography of the Salon, or the correspondence of Émile Bernard, that links us up to Impressionism, but these are not the most important books by Neil McWilliam. I have a weakness for the book on Bachir, which shows that you have to be British or American or German to really become interested in French artists who might be too tricky for French and too sulphurous for French people themselves. This book that was written in the year 2000 is dedicated to this reactionary sculptor. McNeill is interested in political, cultural, social questions all at the same time. And you mustn't create subcategories, as one might have been tempted to do so earlier on. McNeill is interested in this general context of artistic creation, and I would say in both directions, to the left and to the right, I would say. There have been, and I'll quote, not in a chronological order, those who linked to the left, and this book on social art of the 1930s and 50s, published approximately 10 years ago, the left and the left wing and social art in France, and then what concerns the right wing or the right, the reaction, nationalism, and so on and so forth, and through which there have been, or from which there have been some major books. Baffier is a case study book, I would say, but there have also been, well, there's been the work that you directed with June Hargrove that looks at the picture, more global picture, and also the work on tradition, faith, and nationality in French art under the Third Republic. The First and Third Republic, the one that ends with the end of the First World War. And these are very, very interesting, fascinating writings for those of you who have read them. And I'm talking as a Frenchman. They reveal and highlight and show our history. And this is where they're interesting, and the way in which we envisage our history. And I should imagine that you need to have the external view and vision to be able to write about it and deal with it and talk about it in the way in which you do talk about it. It wasn't necessarily that easy 15 years ago, and it's even less easy to do so now. And so thank you for very much for giving us more information about our past and bringing it to light. And lastly, and it was published last year, well, you directed with Michela Bassini a book on the history of art in France in the first half of the 20th century. I'll say it this way. And it's on this occasion that you met this gentleman, Franck Estel. You knew each other before, of course, but he appears as a figure, a person of this era. And this is the gentleman you're going to be talking about today. Franck Estel, Impressionism, and what it says and what it means and what it brings to us, even beyond Impressionism itself. Thank you for your fantastic presentation, Barthélemy. And I'd like to also thank the organizers. I admire them. They're very efficient and everything's going smoothly and wonderfully. It's a major success, this symposium. I'd like to apologize because I will be talking in English. And I would also like to apologize because I will not show any pictures, any photographs up on the board. You can only watch me. I apologize. Yes, the light is very difficult, I agree.
In 1937, Pierre Franck Estel's L'Impressionisme, les origines de la peinture moderne, de Monet à Gauguin, marks a watershed in the historical study of the movement. Published under the auspices of the Faculté des Lettres at the Université Strasbourg, Franck Estel's monograph sets out to suggérer un jugement d'ensemble sur la peinture des années 1875-1900 par rapport à la tradition et la vie française contemporaine. Though synthetic surveys by critics such as Théodore Duret and Camille Mauclair had appeared around the turn of the century, in the interim, Impressionism's reputation had languished. Franck Estel's work signals renewed interest in Impressionism, which had been fostered by the exhibitions devoted to Pissarro, Monet, Degas, Renoir, and Manet, held at the Musée de l'Orangerie between 1930 and 1933. It also marks the first comprehensive academic study of a movement that was destined to dominate both scholarly and popular accounts of modern French art well into the current century. Franck Estel's publication grew out of a series of lectures first given at the Institut Français in Warsaw, where the young art historian taught between 1930 and 1937. His 30 lessons on the movement, delivered in the academic year 1933-1934, form part of a range of classes whose eclectic breadth characterizes Franck Estel's career as a whole. Appointed in 1937 to the Université de Strasbourg, Franck Castel offered students a shorter class on Impressionism that coincided with the publication of his book on the topic. His interest survived a period of professional inactivity during the war, when he was actually extremely active in the resistance, when he worked on a still unpublished monograph on Monet. Appointed in 1948 as directeur d'études in sociologie des arts plastiques at the École pratique des hautes études, Franck Castel pursued wide-ranging research from the Carolingian to the contemporary periods, all while crafting a series of papers that sought to define the contours of a new discipline, the sociology of art. In pursuing his historical interests and theoretical goals, Franck Castel repeatedly returned to Impressionism, whether as part of an analysis of modern French art or, more broadly, within a historico-theoretical panorama, such as Peinture et Société of 1951, where Impressionism represents a pivotal moment in defining ways in which artists have captured and viewers have deciphered the representation of space in pictorial terms. Franck Castel's enterprise has proved controversial. The post-war French art historical establishment responded less enthusiastically to his investigations than did historians such as Lucien Febvre or the sociologist Georges Gurvitch. Much of Franck Castel's later work appeared in journals such as Annales, Économie, Société, Civilisation, or the Journal de Psychologie Normale et Pathologique, rather than mainstream art reviews. Marginalization within art history has not been offset by recognition from contemporary sociologists, who tend to treat Franck Castel as a presumptuous amateur, lacking the basic theoretical apparatus and vocabulary of the discipline. This is arguably to misunderstand the ambition of Franck Castel's enterprise, the nature of which has been obscured by self-inflicted terminological confusion and the often exasperating abstraction of his scholarly discourse. In reassessing his understanding of Impressionism and how his approach to the movement helps elucidate the priorities underlying his method, I want to define the historiographical significance of Franck Castel's interpretation of Impressionism and elucidate his understanding of its aesthetic role as, quote, a révolution considérable dans l'histoire des idées et des formes. If the notes for Franck Castel's Warsaw lectures suggest a rather conventional approach, in the 1937 study and subsequent texts, Franck Castel adopts a more synthetic outlook, structured around specific arguments rather than chronological or contextual presentations of the group and their works. Certain themes remain constant across this corpus, notably the contention that Impressionism constituted an epochal change, not only in representational conventions, but in the broader perceptual regime they encapsulate. Other positions fluctuate over the quarter century that Franck Castel published on the Impressionists. This is particularly true of his assessment of their impact on contemporary art and of the specific legacy of individual protagonists. I want today to focus on some of these continuities and contradictions, suggesting how they differentiate Franck Castel from his peers and pointing to the role that Impressionism played in his development of a sociology of art. Crucially, Franck Castel insists that Impressionism existed as a unified movement, a position at odds with a tendency pervasive in conservative circles at the time. Such critics claimed that anarchic individualism characterized modern French art, and that the artists labeled as Impressionists epitomized, indeed inspired, this assault on tradition through their exploration of subjective sensation. In 1937, Franck Castel admonished the art historian Robert Rey, who, in his 1931 study, La Renaissance du sentiment classique dans la peinture française à la fin du XIXe siècle, asserted that Impressionism was une pure création verbale, née d'un hasard verbal. Il n'y a pas il n'y eut jamais d'école impressionniste. Frank Castel was equally critical of the left-leaning Italian art historian Lionello Venturi, whom he also accused of questioning the cohesion and durability of the movement, and of reducing it to a set of technical innovations. Rather than a merely contingent alliance, he asserts, the very fact that the central protagonists gradually evolved in different, though complementary directions, attested to the vitality and consonance of their foundational enterprise. Refuting Venturi in 1937, Frank Castel insists on the incontestable unité of the group and asserts « Il était fatal qu'ils s'écartent de plus en plus les uns des autres. C'est par là que leur art est un art vivant, celui où s'exprime toute la force d'une génération et non un simple savoir-faire. » 5 years later, in his study on Monet, Frank Castel returns to his dispute with Venturi, setting out the stakes of recognizing the fundamental nature of the Impressionist project as transcending merely stylistic concerns. L'impressionnisme ne se comprend que si on le considère comme un vaste mouvement de sensibilité qui rend solidaires les uns des autres tous les artistes de la fin du XIXe siècle, avec des procédés en apparence opposés à la poursuite d'un idéal commun où se reflètent les grands courants de la pensée de leur temps. Such a presentation allows Frank Castel to position the movement as informing all subsequent developments in French art, which flow out of the diverse tributaries extending from the foundational moment of Impressionism itself. This sense of Impressionism as an overarching and steadily evolving approach to picture making further underpins his assertion that its significance is not limited to the history of art, but is central to understanding the radical change in the relationship to the natural world constituted by Western modernity. Such considerations come into play in Frank Castel's critique of a form of positivist art history epitomized by John Raoul's History of Impressionism, first published in 1946, which he trenchantly dismisses in Peinture et Société, asserting « Monsieur Raoul n'a pas écrit l'histoire de l'impressionnisme, il a rassemblé des anecdotes sur la vie des peintres impressionnistes. » He's always pretty nasty, actually. I mean, every time, not just in Impressionism, in other areas as well, I think Frank Castel likes to work against somebody. I mean, I think that's a sort of methodological foundation to the way he thinks to some degree. In so doing, in critiquing Raoul in this way, Frank Castel maintains historians such as Raoul abandon historical analysis for narrative detail and sacrifice any understanding of the motivating forces behind artistic change in favor of a microscopic concern for the ephemera of individual artists and movements. La tendance actuelle, he claims, suivant laquelle on s'efforce de fragmenter à l'infini l'évolution de l'art contemporain, d'y reconnaître des courants et des contre-courants, des groupes et des sous-groupes, me paraît tout à fait anti-historique. Raoul, like Ray and Venturi before him, stands accused of failing to recognize the larger continuities impelling artistic production as a form of dynamic expression that both shapes and reflects the world around it. In the end, Frank Castel indicts Raoul and his ilk for misconceiving the true significance of artistic production. L'art n'est pas un phénomène autonome, détaché de la réalité sociale. On est surpris d'une position aussi périmée. Frank Castel's own approach to the analysis of individual artists is scarcely consistent. Though in 1951, he claimed that l'histoire de l'art est encombrée par les monographies et les catalogues exhaustifs, In 1939, he had published a brief survey of Monet, Sisley, and Pissarro, and 3 years later completed his monograph on Monet. In both cases, though, Franck Castel eschews the well-documented contextual artistic biographies associated with Venturi and Rewald in favor of more discursive treatment of his chosen subjects. By 1951, Franck Castel insisted that the only valid subject of art historical investigation was the artwork itself, maintaining that in studying the Impressionists, on ne saurait continuer à regarder comme également caractéristiques les œuvres de tel ou tel artiste simplement parce qu'elles sont sorties de sa main. Such a contention prioritized the identification and analysis of seminal works whose intrinsic formal language, Franck Castel maintained, revealed fundamental changes in the perception and representation of external phenomena. A key example of this is Monet's Femme au Jardin of 1866, a painting given pride of place in Franck Castel's 1937 study and repeatedly analyzed in subsequent texts. In 1937, he exalts Monet's canvas as le magnifique témoignage non seulement d'une méthode.
The wonderful testimony of a method and a character that is much richer in substance than the rest of the work of the artist.
42, once again using Venturi as a foil. The latter's dismissal of the Femme au Jardin as a dead end in Monet's evolution is appended by Franck Castel, who claims that the work pointed the way to a fertile vein of pictorial exploration that Monet himself failed to pursue. Though his assessment of Monet's subsequent output varied over time, Franck Castel showed a consistent lack of enthusiasm for his work after 1881, when, he asserts, the artist fell prey to an esprit de système that devolved into a taste for the decorative that the historian deplores. In contrast to figures such as Renoir and Degas, Monet stands accused of retreating into an abstraction of nature from which all human presence is excised. Withdrawing into an increasingly hermetic subjectivism, Monet arrives at la négation absolue de la forme.
The absolute negation of shape, which reduces art rather than renewing it.
Garners praise for drawing on a Renaissance legacy of humanism. Monet, by contrast, excites Franck Castel's criticism, since, du point de vue de l'inspiration,
from the point of view of inspiration, he remains a stranger to the sense of humanism.
In 1937, Monet n'a eu qu'une influence limitée en dehors de
Monet has had a limited influence outside of technique.
Monet is inseparable from his evaluation of Impressionism's wider impact on contemporary French art, a position that evolved radically between 1937 and the years immediately following the liberation of Paris in 1944. While asserting in 1937 that the Impressionists are sans contestation possible,
obviously the first ones to initiate modern painting,
the project of Impressionism had been hopelessly distorted by subsequent artists and critics. Early chroniclers, such as Edmond Duranty and Gustave Geffroy, are condemned for producing readings teintés d'idéologie germanique. Franck Castel suggests
tainted by Germanic ideology.
Impressionism's spontaneously sensual transposition of nature in favor of more literary, symbolic interpretations, echoing a German aesthetic qui transforme toute image en idée ou en rêve.
Which changes any idea in a dream.
And denationalization were further pursued in the years around 1914, Franck Castel maintains, in the glorification de l'instinct imported from Germany.
With the glorification of instincts,
Franck Castel indicts artists themselves for having corrupted Impressionism's legacy, with des courants étrangers dont les impressionnistes avaient su soigneusement se garder, asserting that
il affirme que Matisse en doit plus au japonisme que ses prédécesseurs et selon lui, Wagner a également eu une influence sur l'impressionnisme. Leur réussite, c'est qu'ils ont passé de nombreux jours dans la coupole. Au final,
la médiocrité de l'art contemporain, Franck Castel presents the Impressionists, and particularly Monet, as being both behind the alleged crisis and distinct from it, since, he asserts, true appreciation of their work had been jettisoned in artistic circles around 1900 in favor of a formulaic approach which reduced their achievement to a set of predigested techniques. 1946 saw the publication of Nouveaux Dessins, Nouvelle Peinture, an ambitious French art that recast the arguments of the previous decade in a more positive light. Encouraged by Franck Castel's enthusiasm for the apparent rebirth of painting with the end of the German occupation. He now incorporates Impressionism into an overarching École de Paris, a term he uses quite distinctly from the previously established usage of the term, essentially to designate foreign artists working in France. So he now incorporates Impressionism into an overarching École de Paris, to which it provided the dynamic impulse in a challenge to representational conventions that had been expanded upon first by Cubism and more recently by La Nouvelle Peinture, which he associates with independent artists such as Léon Guichet, Édouard Pignon, and André Fougeron. This new genealogy necessitated some modifications to Franck Castel's earlier analysis of Impressionism. Most notably, he reassesses l'œuvre hardie de Monet.
Monet's work analyzes shapes and colors in a very strict way.
With the breakthrough of Les Femmes au Jardin, and relates it to the emergence of new understandings of the pictorial language of line within Impressionist practice. Rather than positing a direct filiation between the artists of 1874 and those of 1944, Franck Castel maps out three successive aesthetic moments, which he understands as constituting not merely pictorial, but social, cultural, and indeed epistemological breaks in what he insists is the necessarily progressive unfolding of art's status as an instrument spéculatif de la connaissance,
And became a speculative instrument of knowledge.
as a rigorous analysis of evolving representational conventions and their incorporation into modern pictorial practice. Franck Castel's celebration of political and artistic liberation is buoyed by an ebullient nationalism that contrasts with the more muted tone in 1937. La peinture française s'apprête une fois de plus à
Once again, French painting shows that it is the best because tomorrow it will be the first throughout the world to show that we have regained our intellectual sovereignty.
Impressionism predates his earliest theoretical statements on the sociology of art in 1948, though the movement features prominently in its two best-known applications of the method, in Peinture et Société and Art et Technique of 1956. In the time remaining, another 3 or 4 minutes, I want to point out some of the salient features of Franck Castel's theories and the ways in which they affect his treatment of Impressionist painting. As I've already noted, Francastel roots his method in the internal analysis of artworks themselves, arguing that their pictorial language gives access to les réflexes et les structures mentales du
depends on the reflexes and mental structures of the past and the present.
their complementary ways in domains such as science, literature, philosophy, music, and the socio-political realm. Thus, in 1946, in a critique of the art historian Louis Hautecoeur, Francastel highlights his own commitment to showing comment les œuvres d'art constituent des sources
How works of art are precious sources to explain general intellectual and political phenomena in the lives of societies.
who, he argues, sees the visual arts as subsidiary to more discursive cultural forms and as reacting to ideas already articulated in literature or philosophy. To the contrary, Francastel maintains, it is visual art which often provides the first indications of fundamental shifts in collective perception. Art, he asserts, préfigure le possible. In the specific case of Impressionism,
Prefigures the possible.
introduced une structure, c'est-à-dire un ordre imaginaire,
A structure, so an imaginary order which was unheard of until now and that can already be used as a real model for knowledge and for interpreting the sensible world.
littérature et peinture en France du XVIIe au XXe siècle of 1942, Francastel reproaches his colleague for ostensibly attempting to explain Monet's art through reference to theoretical advances accomplished by Hippolyte Taine. Rather, he argues, that while the philosopher still inhabits the mental universe framed by 18th century sensualism, in painting Les Femmes au Jardin, Monet discovers entirely new ways of conceiving the perception and representation of form and space. Different areas of human endeavor, Francastel suggests, advance more or less synchronically, though each is autonomous, simultaneously reflecting and shaping the larger social environment that sustains them. Francastel variously describes his approach as sociologie de l'art or anthropologie culturelle,
Art sociology or cultural anthropology.
semiology and structural linguistics. He insists that his method elevates the study of art to a properly historical plane. Though in an early theoretical text on art et sociologie, published in 1948, Francastel envisages a rejuvenated discipline informed by the study of artistic institutions and publics, patronage and collecting. His investigations of Impressionism and its successors leave such topics largely unaddressed. Indeed, Francastel expressed a profound hostility towards the more historically oriented research of pioneering social historians of art, such as Frederick Antal and Arnold Hauser, whose pseudo-sociologie he dismissed in Arrêt technique as being sans valeur. The theoretical premises of these Marxist historians entailed a determinism that Francastel dismissed as overly reductive and an understanding of art's social meaning, which, while sharing his own focus on interpreting painting's formal language, looked to broader contextual factors as shaping visual systems in ways that Francastel shunned. Indeed, it's striking how reluctant Francastel often seems to probe how and why art changes in the way it does. In discussing Impressionism, he typically gestures towards more or less contemporaneous developments in fields such as science and literature, though as his critique of Hautecoeur suggests, he is unwilling to ascribe any anteriority or process of causation in exploring the emergence of modernity, a term he rarely uses. More characteristic is a statement such as that made in a 1954 survey of Peinture 1900-1950, where he remarks, les formes en apparence opposées
Shapes that seem opposed in contemporary paintings show a psychological change that is the result of humans reaching a new level of activity on the planet.
reference, Frank Castell here hedges his bets, acknowledging the implication of artistic production in the ongoing evolution of society, but obfuscating issues of causation in rhetorical generalization. Similarly, in his study of Impressionism, for all that he is an often perceptive critic of formal language, Frank Castell's penchant for generalization often compromises his ambition to elevate art history into a pivotal intellectual discipline, capable of offering unique insights into the material world that frames the system of signs he so assiduously explores. Thank you.
Merci Neil. Peut-être avons-nous compris.
Thank you, Neil. Maybe we've understood why, for Frank Castell, Frank Castell is not given that much importance in the studies on Impressionism, but we will talk about this again because this raises many questions. I hope that we will have time to discuss this together. And I now give the floor to Jeremy Milius, who is a lecturer in history of art at the University of York. Jeremy has had an extremely rich academic career since his PhD in Berkeley. Indeed, he taught at Princeton, Johns Hopkins, Tusk, and at the University College in London. He was also invited as a researcher in extremely prestigious institutions such as the Clark Institute, the Villa Itati in Florence, in Harvard, the Basel University, and Corpus Christi College in Oxford, on very different interests, but focused on the 19th century and on relations between text and image. And there are three main topics, from Botticelli to Picasso. So Impressionism is a part of this much larger landscape. On Botticelli, you carried out this study that we are eagerly awaiting on the way Botticelli was built in the 19th century and what this might have caused in the artistic developments of the time, including in Great Britain, which leads us to Ruskin, who was your other main field of investigation, and of course Picasso, and the analysis of its work that you've written many documents on. So in this relation between words and images, we are going to go to Great Britain and between the years 1910 to 1940 with Roger Fry, Adrian Stokes, and what they might have introduced regarding Impressionism. We know how important Roger Fry has been in building the critical reception of modern art in Great Britain by the French in the years 1910 and 1920. Adrian Stokes is also really close to these circles that we know very well in France, the Luxembourg group, and all of these intellectual activism, both literary and artistic. So now you can explain this to us. You have the floor.
And I'd like to just, re-echo all the thanks that have already been given to the organizers and really everyone who's made it possible for us to be here today. I'll jump right in. An opportunity, I think, presented by a conference such as this one is not so much to confirm everything we now know about Impressionism as to come to grips with how much we still don't. It allows us to recall how inadequate our descriptive language can sometimes still feel before these strange, elusive pictures how much it still fails to register their counterintuitive effects. In this way, we're returned, I think, to the bewilderment of Impressionism's earlier critics, trying to find words for everything that disturbed them in the decades following Impressionism's birth. Take the Irish writer George Moore, for instance. For all of its idiosyncrasy, inaccuracy, and grotesque self-promotion, his volume Modern Painting of 1893 serves as an important early reference point in the reception of Impressionism in the English-speaking world. Moore claimed to have followed the movement almost from the beginning, recalling, he says, Monet's celebrated troop of life-size turkeys gobbling the tall grass in a meadow, at the end of which stood, high up in the picture, a French chateau. I remember, he goes on, very well, that sunlit meadow and the long colored necks of the turkeys. Truly, it may be said that for the space of one rapid glance, the canvas radiates. It throws its light in the face of the spectator as perhaps no canvas did before. But if the eyes are not immediately averted, the illusion passes, and its place is taken by a somewhat incoherent and crude coloration. Then the merits of the picture strike you as having been obtained by excessive accomplishment in 1/3 of the handicraft, and something like a formal protestation of the non-existence of the other 2/3. Confronted with painting's dazzling momentary plenitude, the critic almost immediately recoils, describing a surface clotted up into something incoherent and crude. 1/3 radiant immediacy, 2/3 deprivation. This is the Monet effect for Moore. To see his paintings was to be compelled to look away. This paper then explores some varieties of looking away from Impressionism. It concerns the way in which British critics of the first half of the 20th century accounted for Impressionism by looking elsewhere, following something like the path of negation Moore's passage describes. For in this period of Anglophone art writing, Impressionism's most interesting descriptions, I think, most often occurred when something else was being described, some other, often opposed mode of world-making. My key figures here are the English critics Roger Fry and Adrian Stokes. Fry set the tone for subsequent evaluations in his development of the term and concept of post-Impressionism, solidified in the titles of 2 exhibitions at the Grafton Gallery in London in 1910 and 12. In the way we used to say that the advent of writing, in some sense, precedes the oral culture that supposedly came before it, producing oral culture as oral through a conceptual back formation, so Impressionism became, in Fry's criticism, one of post-Impressionism's most curious effects, an amorphous, unsettling field given shape only by the clarities that supposedly came after. The achievements of that coming after would be monumentalized in Fry's extraordinary treatment of the art of Paul Cézanne. And in subsequent decades, Adrian Stokes would take up Fry's critical negations too, and develop his own account of non-Impressionism. Drawn to Quattrocento Italian sculpture and to the performance of Russian ballet on the London stage in the 1930s, classical modes of culture-making for Stokes, implicitly opposed to what he took to be the atmospherics of Impressionist painting, he went on to refine his anti-description of the movement during the 1940s in his own turn to Cézanne. Reading these accounts of refusal backwards, as it were, in detail and against the grain, allows, I think, another picture of Impressionism to emerge. It brings to view all that called for speaking otherwise. Fry's ambivalence towards Impressionism developed early on. In a letter to the Burlington magazine of 1908, he described how what he at that point called the Byzantism of Neo-Impressionism's mosaic-like surface, how it emerged as a necessary outcome of Impressionism, a necessary and inevitable reaction from it. Impressionism, he says, accepts the totality of appearances and shows how to render that, but thus to say everything amounts to saying nothing. There's left no power to express the personal attitude and emotional conviction. The organs of expression, line, mass, color, have become so fused together, so lost in the flux of appearance, that they cease to deliver any intelligible message. And the next step that is taken must be to reassert these. So, signifying everything and nothing, lost in the flux of appearance, pictorial structure had been dissolved. It needed to be reconstituted with a new concreteness. And indeed, Frye's own mode of description itself amounted to a kind of critical reconstitution, a return to intelligibility and conviction under a new articulation of painting's aims. By the end of 1910, Cézanne had come to seem the protagonist of this new life of art. The Grafton Gallery exhibition gave Frye a chance to study Cézanne's work more closely, and he came to admire the artist's supposed rescue of painting more and more. Frye's defense of what now was consolidating into a post-impressionist movement hinged on Cézanne's reconfiguration of the impressionist surface with its supposedly undifferentiated presentation of mere visual data. And again, the terms of this looking away prove telling. Inheriting from the Impressionists, he says, the general notion of accepting the purely visual patchwork of appearance, Cézanne concentrated his imagination so intensely upon certain oppositions of tone and color that he became able to build up and, as it were, recreate form from within. And at the same time that he recreated form, he recreated it clothed with color, light, and atmosphere all at once. It is this astonishing synthetic power that amazes me in his work. And he goes on, in a picture like Lestat, it is difficult to know whether one admires more the imaginative grasp which has rebuilt so clearly for the answering mind the splendid structure of the bay, or the intellectualized sensual power which has given to the shimmering atmosphere a definite value. He sees the face of nature as though it were cut in some incredibly precious crystalline substance, each of its facets different, yet each dependent on the rest. An astonishing, strange passage. Out of the mindless visual patchwork of Impressionism, then, diffusive and disorienting, an intellectualized sensual power emerges. Impressionism's own shimmering atmosphere now becomes something definite, dense, part of a crystalline world transfigured by the advent of communicative form. As Frye would put it the following year, 1911, in a lecture, working along the lines of Impressionist investigation with unexampled fervor and intensity, Cézanne seems to have touched a hidden spring whereby the whole structure of Impressionist design broke down. It is that discovery of Cézanne's that has recovered for modern art a whole lost language of form and color. This view of Cézanne's achievement would grow both stronger and more nuanced in Frye's monograph on the artist, published in 1927 by Virginia and Leonard Woolf's Hogarth Press. In its opening pages, the critic Frye compares himself to a medieval mystic before the divine reality, reduced to negative terms. But soon enough, such negation turns round to find a familiar object, as Frye's Cézanne is seen to estrange himself further and further from his Impressionist companions, who are now pictured as increasingly anomalous, fading into the past. Probably, if we could view the whole of this movement from a historical distance, Frye suggests, we should see this specifically Impressionist movement as an excursus. It would appear as a loop in the curve of pictorial tradition. However excited, liberated, and enriched by his encounters with Impressionism, it would be Cézanne who emphatically closed the loop. Passing through the discipline of the new Impressionism, he claims, in his apprenticeship to Pissarro, Cézanne also preserved himself against its dangers. Frye possessed an all but unrivaled appreciation for the delicacy and fragility of Cézanne's pictorial architecture. But when it came to his relation to Impressionism, the critic repeatedly had recourse only to a metaphorics of force. Instead of losing his way in the infinitude of atmospheric color, as so many weaker natures have done, Frye claims, Cézanne seems to have known from the first how to dominate its complexity and render it organic. Against a dispersive infinity of surface, he would achieve the concrete relations of depth. The revelation, and this is a longer quote, the revelation of Impressionism was decisive and complete. Cézanne never went back on it. But it was not sufficient. He might follow Pissarro for 1 or 2 summers, but no longer. He readily admitted that it was worthwhile thus to analyze patiently and completely the weft of color sensations which nature spreads for the practiced eye, but his imagination went beyond and behind that, towards profounder and less evident realities. He saw always, however dimly, behind this veil an architecture and a logic which appealed to his most intimate feelings. Reality, no doubt, always lay behind this veil of color, but it was different, more solid, more dense, in closer relation to the needs of the spirit. Impressionism here is a shimmering veil to be seen through or perhaps preferably pulled aside. Behind it lay a new kind of reality, an architectonic enlargement and stabilization, not only of the world of matter, but also of Cézanne's own most intimate feelings, taking shape as they bend around the solidity of the objects he sees. Fry's attention to a particular picture helps to bring the stakes of these claims into view. At a crucial moment, he turns to this one. We may describe, he says, the process by which such a picture is arrived at in some such way as this. The actual objects presented to the artist's vision are first deprived of all those specific characters by which we ordinarily apprehend their concrete existence. They are reduced to pure elements of space and volume. In this abstract world, these elements are perfectly coordinated and organized by the artist's sensual intelligence. They attain logical consistency. These abstractions are then brought back into the concrete world of real things, not by giving them back their specific peculiarities, but by expressing them in an incessantly varying and shifting texture. They retain their abstract intelligibility, their amenity to the human mind, and regain that reality of actual things which is absent from all abstraction. Here, the world has been metabolized into form. In several places, the passage recalls Fry's earlier, less kind of worked up description of Lestat. Again, we see Cézanne's imaginative grasp of a world rebuilt for the answering mind, a potent materiality regained by the artist's sensual intelligence. Most interesting of all, however, may be the passage's implicit projection of an imaginary picture it negates. For term by emphatic term, we might reconstruct the image of the bad forms of picturing that Fry's Cézanne refuses. One can indeed almost conjure it before one's eyes, a painting that deprives the world of its concrete existence, but without the recompense of Cézannean structure. An incessantly varying and shifting texture that remains nonetheless discoordinate, illogical, unreal. It would be the ultimate work of Impressionist art, impure, inconsistent, unintelligible, incomplete. It was in relation to such aesthetic polarities that Adrian Stokes would find his own critical voice. In the early 1930s, Stokes published 4 volumes of criticism, 2 on Italian sculpture of the Quattrocento and 2 on the art of dance. Both sides of this practice were attuned to his imagination of a sustaining, what he took to be a sustaining Mediterranean aesthetic, arts of vital clarity and objective presentation, enlivening our relation to the outside world. Writing of La Boutique Fantasque, which he saw performed over several seasons in London, he notes, "It is typical of a Diaghilev ballet that a shop of curious toys should be represented as neat, as open to the Mediterranean air, and that the intimate moth-like life more usually associated with such a shop should yet suggest itself, but only in terms of unequivocal delight with things that are new. Nothing dreamlike or wondering, nothing German, nothing inner or internal, nothing impressionist, nothing picturesque." Impressionism may seem to get lost in this disparate list of negations, but it would consistently be opposed to the values Stokes associated with a classical Mediterranean air. The Stones of Rimini of 1930, in the Stones of Rimini of 1934, he describes Impressionism as an art of rapid content, associating it with a set of attitudes, he says, untrammeled by the restraint that reverence for objects as solid space inspires. In Agostino de Duccio's reliefs for the Tempio Malatestiano, by contrast, Stokes saw the gradual elaboration of what he called non-rhythmic space. They are free of atmosphere, he says, exemplifying an art of gradation and steady disclosure, rather than one of alternating light and shade. Every part, he says, is on some equality with every other part, an organization foreign to the come and go of rhythm. Against the registration of fleeting sensation, here was all the power of an unemphatic object world, an affirmation, he says, of the vital steadiness of a world of space. Stokes was searching out the terms of a non-conservative classicism here, and these commitments colored his engagement in the following decade with the paintings of Cézanne. He takes up many of Fry's positions, as well as the earlier critic's sense of Cézanne as at bottom a classical artist, reining in the dispersive energies of Impressionist art. Stokes's psychoanalytic commitments mattered here too. Starting in 1930, he undertook analysis with none other than Melanie Klein, and Klein's notions that psychoanalytic theory might have a new kind of purchase on our relations to the external world deeply marked the critic's practice. Cézanne emerges for him as a fabricator of what he calls a mosaic of distance. And in Stokes's evocatively titled volume of 1944 called Inside Out, he explored the artist's career as part of a wider investigation of the continuous relation between emotion and the outside world. The momentary appearance, the Impressionist's object, this red-hot material for art, in Cézanne's keeping above all, came to serve a vast and timeless pictorial architecture. Such contemplation needs a caress from nature. Not necessarily a softness, but a coherence, a stabilization, a clarity which will provide a frame for even the harshest experience, for the peasant life maybe, which Cézanne knew and loved. Thought has wanted the same condition for its nurture. It is no accident that the Mediterranean countries are the nurseries and the halls of factual thinking, no less than of our classical art, whatever the sense of classical. This art then this art at root is deeply wedded to the consciousness of fact, and as we have seen, to logic, seeking to win for imaginative expression the objectivity or otherness of the factual world, to win for fantasy, for life, the exhaustive finality of death. It is the position of all art. Classical art formulates the aim. Architecture, then, objectivity, coherence, otherness, fact. These would be the restorative aesthetic keywords for a fractured post-war world. For it, he says, classical art springs from a precise love and a passionate identification with what is other, insisting upon an order there, strong, enduring, and final as being an other thing. The seeming coldness of this position was belied by Stokes's commitment to an aesthetic development always in formation, searching for finality and closure without ever quite achieving it, a never-ending process of becoming outward, everywhere in need of nature's eliciting caress. And Stokes repeatedly associates Cézanne's practice not with the fierce, steady clarity of a southern sun, but with that sun's gradual setting. Evening light, he says, removes a weight from the sky, lends this weight on things. Each day effectively ends with a painting by Cézanne. The association recalls a remarkable passage from a decade earlier in a volume called Color and Form. Color, properly used, attributes to shape an outwardness or otherness. It is a more complete, more inclusive, and indeed more courageous sublimation. The comparison here is line. We all arrive at this discovery toward the end of the day, when in the evening the things around, at which we have glanced, finally arrest us by standing minutely described. Things now have their own light. They seem less lit from the sky. They do not stand out in a sea of shapes, All shapes stand together, separate and in communion. The character of each texture appears encouraged by the equality of revelation that an evening sky allows. The eye comprehends, does not follow. Each thing is rooted. Gradation is infinite. In its ontological orientation, we might say, its vital relations to the outwardness of the world, Cézanne's was an art of perpetual evening. And here again, I think we need to keep the counter-image of something like Fry's Impressionist picture in mind. Against its fugitive dazzle, art after Impressionism would be a matter of what the Twilight says. Such pronounced commitments, ethical as much as aesthetic, make Stokes's return to Impressionism in the 1950s all the stranger and more moving, I think. And I want to end very briefly with the critic's reconciliation with the art of Monet. In a short volume on that artist of 1958, Stokes finds a new appreciation for Monet's foregoing of pictorial architecture in favor of a painting in which, he says, we are enveloped by a relaxed and fluid state. The subject matter is broken down, Stokes says, reconstituted in a configuration of manifest, fragmented brushstrokes, but no strong structure emerges to bring such a dissolution to a halt. Instead, Monet envelops us, he says, in a pervasive deliquescence. And somehow this drawing of the viewer into amorphous space fails to excite resistance or alarm, as it would have in Fry. Instead, Stokes sees in Monet's egoless devotion to extreme envelopment a generative alternative to Cézanne's masterful structuring of space. In the painting on the screen, for instance, the long, what he describes as the long, thin, responsive poles support a web of nets pierced by wave and wind. Ragged, tall, and open to the world, they elude Fry's denser strictures of form. Destruction in art and recreation must always proceed simultaneously, Stokes insists. And in the darkening vision of Monet's final years, he thinks he found his own equivalent for Cézanne's art of evening. And yet, and here I'll end, how poignant are the glints of the remaining light. We view with awe the resonant depth intact in darkness. The eye, the famous Monet eye, is now aided more obtrusively by the generalizations of memory and of hand. They respin together the old web of liquefaction or obfuscation, extreme openness, space, sparseness, or a redundance of vegetation. With somberness, with heavy darkness, those differing states of envelopment converge, into which by turn we seem to have been drawn by his art. Thanks.
Merci pour.
Thank you very much for this presentation that leads us to what comes next. I'm now turning to our organizers. We've gone beyond the amount of time that we were supposed to be in this room. We'll just have a question and answer session for 5 minutes, and then we'll talk in private later. So we'll leave the floor now to the people in the room. If anyone wishes to ask a question, please do so into a microphone. Thank you very much. No hand is raised. Stunned by Mr. Stokes' considerations. Now I might say something. Something struck me in both your presentations. One was to do with chronology, the timeline, and the other one, the basic elements. Now, chronology, Frank Castell has a very reductive vision of Impressionism, 1875 to 1900.
Frank Castell's last essay, 1962, La fin de l'impressionnisme, takes up a theme which he's discussed, though not as fully, throughout his writings on Impressionism, and particularly in Nouveau Dessin, Nouvelle Peinture, which is to say, unlike the description of Impressionism provided by a historian like Rawald, who suggests there is a starting point and an end point, for Frank Castell, Impressionism doesn't end, it mutates, because his notion of art is, I used the word in the text, progressive, by which I don't mean that he believed that things get better all the time. He thinks that they advance. And as they advance, whether it's in terms of painting or literature or science or social organization, they advance more or less in sequence with each other. And as they advance, so cultural forms emerge which draw upon what has previously been there, but which absorb those. To a degree, a movement like Impressionism has a sort of an afterlife as something which is more conventionalized, but the dynamic element of Impressionism mutates. And so he says, there are only, for him, he says, forget about Fauvism, not interesting. Forget about Surrealism, all the other movements of the 20th century. There are only three valid moments: Impressionism, Cubism, and now, in the post-war period, Nouvelle Peinture. Yeah.
Et c'est là où l'on retrouve Fry et Stokes, parce que
And that's where we meet up with Fry and Stokes. What I found quite striking in both presentations is that actually in the end our three characters are interested or concern themselves not just in the period of Impressionism, if the women in the garden, les femmes au jardin, were to be a central point for Frank Castell, but that they deal head-on, and they deal head-on with Impressionism beyond Impressionism, so after 1886. And that's why the texts by Fry and Stokes that we were talking about earlier on, that are very interested in Cézanne and very concerned by it. Of course, I think because of the position of Cézanne after 1900, we were talking about Cubism, and so the importance and the under-evaluation assessment of this by Manet. And Mr. Williams, you said that the text, the first text, the one before the war, the one in 1937 by Mr. Castell, came from conferences that were held at the Orangerie in 1933, Warsaw. We know that the Orangerie, the Musée de l'Orangerie, with the water lilies, did not at all have the same success that one might have hoped it would have when it opened. And this really shows that at the time there was a critical position against Monet and the last Monet as well, which took time to reintegrate. And even more today, when there were the exhibitions on the water lilies and Monet in the 20th century around 1999 and 2000, things were not as clear-cut as they are today. And that's where I'm now turning back to Jeremy Medius. And that's the second thing I was struck with is apart from these elements to do with chronology, well, Frank Castell and Stokes and Mr. Fry have had a very formalized analysis of the situation. It was very formalistic, and in their writings and in their lectures on this point, there's never a question of context or historical circumstance or situation, including in the Frank Castell text that you mentioned, that seemed very abstract. And there's the application of previous theories, not at all centered as one. Not at all anchored or set in the context and the situation, historic, sociological, cultural situation of Impressionism. It's the same thing for Fry and Stokes. Maybe, Jeremy, you could give us a few, your opinion on this formalist aspect and of the Fry's analysis and Stokes' analysis as well.
Question.
As long as it is philosophy.
Yeah. Of course, there's a way in which one immediately wants to and continues to want to refuse this sort of purely formalist approach that kind of, I think, Fry especially takes with kind of Stokes' sort of various contexts get in there, although they're quite weird to kind of contemporary eyes. But I think one of the things looking again, whether it's sort of in positive or negative terms at what they're up to, is just kind of it returns us to, well, that kind of problem with which I opened, the paper, is how do we describe what's going on in front of our eyes? And how can we make our interpretations, contextualist or otherwise, stick to and kind of respond to the complexities of what we see? And we sort of still need, I think, Fry and maybe also Stokes for that level of intensity of intention.
Et de ce point de vue-là, votre conclusion était...
From this point of view, your conclusion today was very interesting for us because it was to do with the problem of Monet's eye with the Japanese bridge, and it's one of the Japanese bridges he painted when he had the eyesight problems. And you know that one of the pieces of research that the most novel and interesting on Monet was carried out by a medical doctor, and the same thing was carried out for Degas. Actually, we have a description of the eyesight problems that Monet had, and the medical doctor, tried to see whether the paintings by Monet were the ones he saw, what he saw, or what he felt, which is a very different issue. And the answer from him was that Monet, in those years, in those paintings that we took time to enjoy and to appreciate, because they seemed non-realistic, disconnected from a real, true vision of the artist. And in fact, that was what he was seeing. These blues and reds, very violent colors, were what his eye was seeing. I don't think Fry or Stokes, I can't remember which one, I think it was Stokes, when he was writing his text, was aware of this problem. But if you think about it now, in retrospect, his text takes on more value. Do we have another question from the floor? No, not really. Okay, well, too bad. We'll meet back after lunch.
Ah oui, pardon, oui, c'est vrai, ça suit maintenant, pardonnez-moi.
Normalement, c'est bon. Attends. Non, il faut que tu pointes l'ordinateur. Ça n'a pas démarré. Un petit mot d'introduction. Je le dis. Oui, c'est ce que je veux dire. Ouais. Je fais la transition avec On va peut-être changer de verre. C'est un nouveau, quoi. Bah ouais, aussi, comme tu veux.
Parce qu'on va parler tous les trois dans ce sens-là, en fait.
D'accord. Ouais, on peut passer à partir d'ici.
Est-ce qu'on peut parler d'ici?
Ouais.
Oui, d'accord.
Bah, nous, on est trois, en tout cas. Toi, si tu veux te mettre au pupitre.
Ah oui, si tu préfères. Tu veux de l'eau? Dis-moi juste si ça fonctionne.
Il faut que... Allez.
Non, c'est pas ça.
Non, c'est pas la bonne. C'est le PowerPoint.
Ah non, il n'y a pas besoin tout de suite.
Il y a d'abord le PowerPoint. On va le lancer sur l'ordinateur.
Ça fonctionne, voilà. Bien, alors pendant que les choses techniques sont en train de...
While we're sorting out the technical issues, thank you very much for listening to this morning's conferences. We realized that the information you've been provided with has been very intense. Let's, if we can ask you for a few more moments, the next part of the presentations will be a bit lighter. We wanted to come back at the end of this morning after questions on methodology, research on Impressionism, historiographic, graphic issues. We wanted to come back to the framework of the research on Impressionist movements today, and we wanted to see how we were leading these this research and have been leading this research over the past few years within one of the programs that was a partner in the organizing this symposium, the Impressionist research program, which is linked to the University of Paris Nanterre, and more specifically in what is called the Art, Culture and Heritage Chair of the University of Paris Nanterre. It's in the program it's a program that was launched in 2015 by someone who should have been here with us in this symposium, Ségolène Lemaine, who's not far, but she's very kind to allow us to present this program. But of course, this chair owes a lot to her. It was founded with in mind the idea of creating partnerships that could then support history of art research in the area of heritage. This was all at the University of Paris Nanterre, and something that Ségolène really held dearly and brings us all here together and links us was to encourage the international development of training courses and courses at Nanterre University, so getting students from abroad to take part in a research with us. And some of the programs, of course, that you have been developed that you know, the spring schools or the spring training school on art history, and there are very many other schools that are set up every year, and there are also other actions set up in link with the Terra Foundation and linked to American art. The idea with the chair was to encourage this dimension, international dimension and approach, and also encourage partnerships or collaboration between universities via various patrimonial institutions, museums, libraries, art centres, and everything that means that the research is alive, vivacious, and broadcast to the public at large. And from this point of view, the purpose and ambition of the chair was to work on different scales, on the regional scale in the Ile-de-France Paris region, and on a wider scale that would go as far as the international level. And we were also very interested in what is and has been and still is one of the important areas of the university, digital technology, and our thoughts on history of art. Because in Nanterre, there's a lot of thought and developments going on regarding the virtual university, and this requires special training. This chair is part of a more precise ecosystem. That's the ecosystem linked to a research unit called HRAR, History of Art and Representations. It's run by Thierry Dufresne. Unfortunately, Thierry Dufresne was not able to come here this morning, as he is recovering from an illness, but he has very kindly asked me to extend his good thoughts to you for supporting this program, and also another department, the History of Art and Archaeology department. And these two units for training and research are quite special in the French landscape, the history of art landscape. They aim at, that's the specificity of the University of Nanterre, they're aimed at relinking the historic dimension of history of art to the current situation of the world in which we live in, and this on a global level and scale. That's the first speciality that we have, and we also, and the university also encourages a multidisciplinary approach. We've seen this morning and in the previous days. It's something that's very present, and it also aims at developing thoughts on issues to do with interactions in the different art forms within them, and we've seen this throughout the different sessions. These are aspects and elements that will develop, we feel, during the program. So the relations of Impressionism with the movie industry and so on and so forth, or the making of movies. And this research and teaching program wishes to be part of two movements that can be summarized by the word glocal, so very much set in the Paris region, so from Ile-de-France all the way to Normandie, following the Seine River, and all the way down further to the, and also further afield internationally, and linking it to transatlantic issues. And this desire to really work on this on this scale and on this level. And this, of course, is all helped along by 2 laboratories and patrimonial or heritage resources that are important. The Institute of Contemporary Art, or the Museum of Contemporary Art, and the Labes, past and present, which is one of the initial institutes or structures that worked with us on this program. So the team of Impressionists, or the team of the program, you have a few of the names up here on the board. One of them is Ségolène Lemaine. She was the initiator of this program, and I don't believe that I need to introduce her because I think that you all know her, and you know her work on Impressionism. I've added myself. Despite the fact that I'm a modernist, I've added myself because I'm in charge of developing this chair, art, culture and heritage, and all of the thought processes that have been led to the fore or led forward on producing and making the exhibition and receiving the works of art have been thought about and developed. On my left-hand side, you have Félicie Faisan de Maupoux. I'm sure that you've all been able to meet her over the past few days, and she's on this list because she's done a great deal of interesting work on exhibitions and Monet's exhibitions. She is actually the manager of the Impressionist program, and over the past few years, she's designed, set up, and built partnerships, and she'll talk about this in a few moments. And then we have Olivier Schuer, who joined us a few years ago as a PhD researcher on the same program, and he was also and is very interested in the research deployed on Caesarism, on the interaction between art and literature, the junction between symbolism and impressionism, and you can see that what he writes a great deal, and that it's very far-reaching. Among the other researchers who support us and who have also helped along and develop this program, we have my colleague Aurélie Petiot present in the room here with us today. She is a 19th century specialist on our team, and she's very interested in the English-speaking world. She's worked a great deal on artistic production practices and on artistic learnings, and she's also very much interested in the idea of global art history, which is widened and is still widening even further its curiosities to the Indian, or its interests to the Indian world and to the Egyptian world. And also she's becoming interested in the question of gender equality or gender. This is a topic she has worked on, and these different thoughts also play their role in the current development on research in Impressionism, and we'll be able to talk about it this afternoon. And we've also been able, or were able yesterday, to meet Anne-Sophie Aguilar, who was in charge of the session on paper, if you remember correctly. She is a lecturer in contemporary art history. She's a specialist on illustrations, reviews, artistic press. She's worked on artistic libraries. She's interested in historiography with art criticism and critics, and she continues her work on exhibitions and institutional work. And the landscape would not be full without integrating into this team the various students, because that we are going to mention in a few moments. The MA students, I would like to thank them because they are all here with us today and have been with us for the past few days, and they've helped a great deal in implementing and setting up this program. And I believe that they really are the young people who are searching and researching Impressionism, and they're the new movement, and it's important to mention them. And just before I hand the floor to my colleagues who were the major sort of craftsmen and women of this project, I would like to finish by saying that the ambition behind this program, and you've understood this, and is not just to work in this restrictive and restricted ecosystem, for example, the one of the University of Nanterre, but it's there to set up a real place of exchange, a forum. So this forum to communicate and exchange that would incorporate very young researchers, but also masterful researchers, many of you here in this room today, and this on different levels and scales, and in partnership with our colleagues from the museums. And I'm delighted today to be sitting next to Francine Enriches, who will be talking about this in a few moments for the Musée d'Orsay.
This Impressionist program had a first phase that started in 2018, and we had an international conference that started with a study day, and we already had several partners that have been very important to us, including the Musée d'Orsay, and I think that Sylvie Patry is also in the room. And we know that we owe her a lot. Unfortunately, we cannot see you here in the room, but we also have partners who've been crucial for us, Destination Impressionist, and in particular Nathalie Le Cerf and Raphaël Guillou, who in the tourism ecosystem for Ile-de-France and Normandie provide a huge amount of support to this program, which will allow us tomorrow to conquer and discover, explore the Impressionist regions in a very concrete manner. We also had colleagues from Rouen, including Sylvain Amic, who changed position since then, and several Parisian colleagues, English-speaking and French-speaking colleagues. This first phase allowed for the organization of this conference, as well as the creation of a first website that you can see here. You can find the link. This way, we put several contributions online, and all of this gave way to the publication of that work, Collecting Impressionism, that was co-directed by Ségolène Lemine and Félicie de Maupoux, and the part played by collectors in the movement. And there were several questions. Impressionism defined by collections, sharing Impressionism through collections, including via cinema and all the way to China, and Impressionism and the building of identities from collections to museums. There again, a very wide vision of these matters. So Félicie is now going to tell you about the current phase of the program, starting from 2021 up until now. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to be brief. Just to tell you, that first phase gave way to this conference. And the second phase of the program, we have funding until 2027. We wanted to widen this program even more and be even more ambitious than this Impressionist program, because we've observed, and you know this very well, that Impressionism is a theme, is a topic that is not only covered by art historians, but also by cultural institutions, obviously, but also by the touristic sector, by towns that have this theme in their region. It's a way to develop territories and regions and towns. So we wanted to open up this research program by building an ecosystem that I think is quite innovative, where the research field, university, institutions, museums, etc., work hand in hand. We also added the tourism industry to this question of developing regions so that we can all work hand in hand and all of these stakeholders can work together. We all have a different vision of Impressionism, and we use this movement in different ways. So we can see how the research carried out in university can be used by regions and towns for mediation for the wider public. We thus have 3 pillars of action in this new phase of our research program. One is more conventional for us, academics, based on research, with a conference such as that of today, and we will publish the summary of this conference in the months to come. That might be a bit optimistic, but where we are at the crossroads between research and mediation, but I'm not going to talk about this because Olivier will, but we are developing an online platform on Impressionism where you can find resources and whose ambition is to start new research with these different stakeholders. And we've developed a whole program to support stakeholders all throughout the Seine Valley, to support them and help them in rolling out in deploying the Impressionist theme in their institutions and in their towns and regions. Natasha also reminded you of this. We are a training institution, and thus we want young researchers to take part in this and to help them become professionals. Not all of them will become researchers, but making them work with different stakeholders is a good way to make them discover new jobs. And so there are several traineeships that took place within the framework of this program. And both are often very linked to one another, and that's what works quite well among trainees and cultural institutions. For instance, Ottaviano worked at the Mantes-la-Jolie Museum and did his traineeship. Emma Papalardo also helped us quite a lot here, and she is doing a traineeship at the Vernon Museum and carrying out her thesis on the American colony of Vernon. Céline Leroux is working with Anne-Sophie Alguillard for her thesis, but she's working in this traineeship as well. Same for Moram Dadou-Ricordier. We are trying to professionalize these students. This is mostly the case in their master's dissertations, but the program also plans on offering new scholarships and supporting a PhD in the years to come. And you might have already seen them over the break, but they are research panels that were made by our students, where you can see part of the research that they've carried out last year or this year. And there's one last specificity, which is a master, which is entitled Cultural Heritage and Digital Mediation. So we really try to insist on the digital aspect of these program at the Université Paris Nanterre. So the students are working in small groups, and the goal here again is to help them professionalize their skills, so they're in a real situation, so they're going to provide an answer to an order by a town. For instance, last year we worked with the town of Bougival, and we ended up with a visit app with 2 different pathways where we can find the houses of historical houses. And the students of these MCPN masters this year are working with the tourism agency of Rouen, which is being refurbished right in front of the cathedral that Monet painted for his series. So they came up with a whole itinerary of visits, and it will be used within the framework of this refurbishment of the tourism agency. So it's a dance program. We try to do as many things as possible. We try to be quite wide in the partnerships that we organize in France and abroad to work with the different specialists within the framework of the platform that Olivier is going to present in a few minutes. And the outlooks for the years to come, we will talk about this again. We will organize a summer school on Impressionism and its themes in 2026, a mobile school exhibition so that we can have them work as researchers on Impressionism, but in mediation projects, widening our networks of experts and stakeholders. So that's what I have on the Impressionist platform that we will launch before the end of this year. I'm going to try to do this in 3 minutes. This is a project that is based on an observation that all of the resources on Impressionism are spread out throughout the web. So we would like to have a mediation tool that allows us to shed light on the research work on Impressionism for a wider public to have access to this. We are often in touch with people who carry out research on this topic. So this is the starting point of a project. This image shows you the different goals of this platform. The first aspect is the news. So everything that is taking place, the initiatives around Impressionism, whether it's collections, exhibitions, publications, and the events, the agenda. This is not the main point in this platform. We would like to have a bit of an encyclopedia under the history tab. We would like to have the different publications, whether it's a scientific article where we want to check dates or biographies, or a visit to organize for a group in Giverny with an agency. That's really to tackle these different audiences that we built. That history tab, several of you in the room are taking part in this. And we have a debate aspect, which is more perspective, that intends to reflect and boost research through brainstorming, dialogue, articles, summaries. Each and every one of you can take part in this, you or your students. And of course, it's a collective project, and this presentation is also a call for collaboration from people in the room or people who might have knowledge on this topic and might be interested in this project. We are developing this platform with a digital agency, SweetPunk, so that it will be launched in the fall of 2024. We have authors who are writing for this platform. We ourselves are writing for these platforms, and we currently have projects, drafts that are being transformed into a website. So let me show you this preview of what the website will look like.
Alors, je vais... Tac, présentation. Je suis directement sur magnifique biographie de Claude.
So here's a beautiful biography of Claude Monet by Félicie Faisan-Maupoux. In terms of choices of design, the idea, and I swear I will be quick, we wanted to both hear the scientific discourse here that sometimes can be a little complicated for the wider public, so we wanted to have something that looked a little bit more like a magazine. So here we can go through a page. It's not the final version that gives you real information on the project and the way the content. Here's the second page, an example of the home page with links to the different biographies and works by the different artists. I'm not going to delve into more details. I only wanted to show you two other elements. This gives you an idea, but we will have an entire gallery with analyses of works, elements and tools for research. I can send you all the different links for researchers and the greater public, but just one tool that is interesting and I'd like to tell you about it is the chronology that we are working on. We start this chronology and you have what would look like little planets, and it's quite linear. We have different categories of information and we will make them appear differently. So this first vision is this line here. So it's the Rewaldian history of Impressionism. And then when you zoom in, you have a galaxy vision that is more spread out and that allows to show that different things took place simultaneously. So an approach of history that is more in line with the context. So I think I've covered everything. I've tried to be quick regarding this digital platform project, which requires an active collaboration of all of the experts likely to be interested in this in this project, but we're really looking for ideas and projects. And as I was trying to speed up, I forgot, but I would like to thank Morgane Carcentiava, who is to the back of the room, and who was on a traineeship with us for this chronology, and she was of precious help in that project. I'm extremely impressed by everything we've just seen, and what I'm about to present is more going to look like a starter to a nice lunch. I know that you are supposed to have lunch actually, so it was a very dense morning, and I'm going to try to be brief, and we will have lunch upstairs after that. It's also something very perspective. I only joined the Musée d'Orsay 3 months ago. I used to be working here at the National Institute of Art History as a research director, and now I am taking over after Sylvie Patry and Emmanuel Coquery. So this is quite a daunting legacy regarding the creation of this resource and research center, Daniel Marchessois at the Musée d'Orsay and Musée de l'Orangerie. Research at the Musée d'Orsay is something native. When it was created in 1986, it was against the backdrop of a brainstorm as to what museums should bring to society. The Centre Pompidou had been an experimental project that was very important, and right away the Musée d'Orsay was seen as a research center to provide innovation and ideas on the 19th century, and it's part of the DNA of the Musée d'Orsay to offer research. And we can see, in light of the production in the past 40 years now, that the Musée d'Orsay really contributed to change the vision we had of the 19th century. Right from the get-go, the knowledge we had on collections was supposed to grow. Here is a view of the works at the Orsay station. This was one of the first topics that Gagliorenti worked on, and you will find it in the documents. You'll find the same squared modules that are used for the shelves for documents. You can see that there were many limitations because of these metal rods that you see here on screen. To your right, you can see the library which is open to researchers, and it is sometimes seen as a confidential space, in particular when it comes to the library. It's a proximity library for curators, and over time it became wider and wider. We now have about 50,000 titles and 600 of reviews, including current ones. And throughout the 19th century, we have a very relevant collection for the 19th century. And we will have to move it. And we have 1,300 meters of general documentation that we'll have to move, 300 meters of works files, and 250 meters of archives will have to be moved. The Musée d'Orsay has a huge ambition to create a research center where there will be a specific space in a villa which is 200 meters from the Quai d'Orsay on the Quai Voltaire, which used to be the place for the Documentation Française, the French documentation. It is undergoing intense works right now by Amélie Baudin, Christelle Lies. They drew the architectural project. It is also the perfect time to shed more light on this beautiful 19th century villa, which was changed over time, where now there are they added a false ceiling and other things that that were not necessarily a good idea. So they are working on refurbishing this private mansion and how to give more visibility to the beautiful arcades and other architectural elements. The idea is also to have a dedicated space for collections and document and resources with free access to all of these documents, where people will be able to walk from the library to the documents freely. And as you all know, since you've all been to this documentation centers, we can find gems. Lorraine Calva showed us the one photo of Ernest May she found at the library of the Musée d'Orsay. Indeed, these documents are extremely precious. This collection was built before the launch of the Musée d'Orsay by a team that collected all of these different documents coming from the Jeu de Paume and the Louvre. So this dates back to a tradition of extremely sturdy and robust documentation of these collections. And this went on relentlessly with different methods, but that nonetheless provide a rich collection of documents that are meant to be accessible. This idea to shed light on the resources of the Musée d'Orsay is crucial. I think it will also largely contribute to your work and the future work of the teams that were just presented to you. So this is the way it should look. These are perspectives with virtual art historians who will, I hope, will become real in 2027 when this private mansion, this minor private mansion, will be inaugurated. As you can see, there will also be a conference space, a reading room for the heritage collections with improved conservation conditions, and spaces for dialogue and meetings, and areas for guest researchers. There will be this beautiful view on the Seine River, and there are document funds that are at the Musée d'Orsay right now and that are sometimes overlooked even by specialists. For instance, we have these first-hand heritage documents, autographs. These are the Vollard archives. We have the Marchand, Barbazan, Gminiou, Vollard archives that are incredible. And it is our duty, our moral obligation and institutional obligation to provide tools to describe these documents. There's an inventory on the website, but I think we need to go even further in this communication around these archives. They should be made available to researchers, and we also have a set of letters by Monet. The Orsay Museum acquired 170 letters that became part of the collection of the Musée d'Orsay. And we find the description of these letters in the PDF document on our website. You can have a look at them anytime you want. But the Musée d'Orsay has much more than this to offer, and it's not necessarily visible for now. Here you have an example of a letter coming from that set of letters that was bought in 2006. But of course, there are all the letters that were given, such as Morenet-Laton, were purchases all throughout the years that have made the national collection that were given to the Musée d'Orsay. They are part of the graphic arts collection, so not as documents as I was describing earlier. And they are at the graphic arts department of the Louvre. As you know, they keep the graphic art collections of the Musée d'Orsay, which sometimes make it difficult to understand these collections as a whole for the public, and sometimes even for staff. Here you have a bit of a ghost presentation of these letters that are seen as collection elements, so they're under the collection browser of the website, and we should digitalize them systematically. So this is an example of a letter that was bought that is now part of our documents, and letters that are kept at the Musée de l'Orangerie as well. The Musée de l'Orangerie and the Musée d'Orsay have more than 300, almost 400 letters that are part of their documents in the graphic arts departments of the Louvre and at the Musée de l'Orangerie. And today, we are renewing our vision of what our document resources are, and with the digital tools that we have, I think it would be interesting to present this corpus and to make it available to you researchers so that you can tap into it and use it. So this is only a fraction of all the documents we have, so it's going to require a lot of work in the years to come, but I hope that in 2026 we will have made progress, at least for Monet. And this will probably require flexibility for these cultural differences among institutions, but I think that the tools we have allow us to work in a more and more flexible manner. We are indeed currently elaborating what we call a data warehouse, which allows to connect the browsers, the library catalogs, the archive descriptions, and to bring all of this information together to provide it to users, researchers, and to give them more detailed information in the same place.
We also have a lot of documentation and photographs. You know all of the glass plates are in the Fond Vola, but there's also a lot of photographs in the archives and documents linked to them. And this is something that I love. And since we acquired it in the museum 3 months ago, I've been fascinated and obsessed with it. I was in my first acquisitions commission when I arrived a few months ago, and I thought it was enthralling, and I really admired the work carried out by the curators in this sort of watch and observation work during the acquisitions work or program, and the museum acquired the orthographic description by Degas of his collection. There are 200 sheets of this type within which he describes his collection of works with a lot of personal information on the way in which he feels about the works, how he painted wearing the shirt that his mum ironed, about information on the exchanges, exchanging a monotype for another work. This is a file or a letter about Delacroix, dedicated to Barthélemy, and it says, "I did not know why I didn't really like, that I didn't take this painting. I did not want to take it unless I didn't want it, and he did everything he did to push me back. I bought it for 1,600 francs, and once it was at home, I realized that it was admirable and that the great Roy had given that made that it was a gift from him, and Bramfis could also have sold it for a lot more. So it was a real gift. Now, I imagine what we could do with this after having put in the inventory and so on. What we could do is we could try to, edit it slightly more precisely and segment the information, align the data, try to ensure that we can do research and link the files to the works of art where possible, link them to the sales catalogue and digitized by Lionel Achat. And one of the models for this type of publication with Achat is what we did with this, for example, the Victor class publications on the Atelier Louis Barye. We were able to digitize these, and this was made possible because of the footnotes, segmentation, aligning, and this brings to the fore a whole new world for research, and it allows researchers to, navigate or freely through these documents, and this is much more interesting than simple digitizing. So I think that gathering together, digitizing these documents will be a first step. It'll be very important, and then the center will be very useful in helping you in your work. Now, the Musée d'Orsay for many years did a great deal of basic work on systematically reading and transferring the information contained in the salon, in the show sort of catalogues. And it's soon going to be changing aspect. It was quite old-fashioned in the tools it used and provided. It's going to be published in another format very soon to enable data enrichment. We may need to change the title of it. Now, the salon or show-based database is show and exhibitions, and you have all of the catalogues that have been delivered after the Impressionist exhibitions, and it'll be a tool for researchers and will help with quantitative analysis and also verification. There'll be links to digitized content, and they will continue working on it, enriching the data, defining the data. And all of these projects will not be carried out alone. I very much enjoy and admire this ecosystem that our colleagues from the foundation in Nanterre University just mentioned. I think that this purpose, this objective, from the research center in Daniel Marchessault is just this: working very closely with lecturers, teachers, researchers, with institutes and colleagues abroad and in France, continue to work with young researchers through grants, and the foundation of the Friends of the Musée d'Orsay was designed for this, to support research with these grants for PhD students and master students now. And one of the jobs I will have from now on will be to really raise awareness to these resources and make them visible, and you encourage young students to use them, and encourage researchers at different stages and moments in their career to come and reside at the Musée d'Orsay to work on their collections and on the documentary resources, and to really to welcome them here, include them in the whole infrastructure, and give them this wonderful view and vision for the future. Thank you.
Alors, vous avez tous vu.
Now, you've seen that we've overrun our time. We're all very hungry. Let's leave questions for lunch. All of these speakers, other participants in the symposium, are invited to go for lunch in the Barbeau room. For the public, we'll be back here at 2:15, and for online listeners, for technical reasons, we'll be back in
Dr. Caño received her PhD in art history from the Complutense University of Madrid. She is a professor of art history and humanities at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras campus. She is currently the Caribbean Art Fellow at Smart History. Her research work focuses primarily on 19th century Caribbean and European art and visual culture, as well as artist movements between the Caribbean and Europe during this period. Today, she will be talking to us on her topic, Impressionism as the Aesthetic of Nature and Labor in the 19th Century Caribbean. I'd like to welcome Dr. Calcaño.
Thank you, Kimberly, for that presentation, and I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers of the symposium and of the exhibition who have brought us all here. These have truly been very inspiring days. Well, as Kimberly commented, my presentation is titled Impressionism as the Aesthetic of Nature and Labor in the 19th Century Caribbean. I'm going to start by setting the scene, so showing you what is happening in the landscape situation in the Caribbean at the beginning of the century, and then we're going to dive into the painters that concern us, because I think it's important to see what was happening before Impressionism started to appear in the region. Before the 1800s, the genre of landscape was deeply underrepresented in the Caribbean. Its growth in production during that period speaks of changing interests among the wealthy, the rise of the sugar economy, and the developing local identities in the remaining European colonies in the Americas. Landscape focusing on nature, but also its exploitation, starts to flourish across the insular Caribbean by the 1830s. In oil, watercolor, and print, landscape became one of the most prominent genres in the artistic production of the region, both among foreign and local artists. This is related to a growing art market, with more local painters than before, who were often trained abroad. By the second half of the century, we find some of these artists returning to the Caribbean and bringing with them their styles from their formal studies and emerging ones like Impressionism. I aim to explore Impressionism as one of the dominant styles in landscape in the Caribbean during the second half of the 19th century as a response to the romantic and picturesque images popular in the region. I will focus on the Spanish-speaking Caribbean and on local artists like Francisco Yer from Puerto Rico and Armando Menocal from Cuba. Through their work and their careers, we consider the arrival of Impressionism in the region and their use of the style. Their personal archives, for example, are either lost or are not accessible, so we're going to focus on their work. While similar approaches have been made regarding Oyer's work by various scholars, including myself, here I want to take a panoramic view of Impressionism in the Spanish Caribbean to confront what it tells us of identity and labor across colonies post-emancipation. When we look at the Caribbean painting during the first half of the 19th century, the romantic and the picturesque appear as the two major styles. These can be found from Cuba to Trinidad, envisioning the tropics through their idealizing and orderly compositions, creating pastoral renditions of sugar plantations and laundresses working by the riverside. The inclusion of palm trees, Black people, and people of color being the only details that identify the landscape as a Caribbean one. The picturesque was particularly popular across the English Caribbean, but it was very much present in Cuba. French artist Frédéric Mayal is one of its main representatives, with his 3 lithographic albums, the earliest one being Isla de Cuba Pintoresca, published in Havana in 1839. He paid more attention than other foreign artists to rendering the Cuban geography, but his approach remained picturesque, with its winding paths, the carefully added shrubbery, and the sparsely populated countryside. He also worked as a professor in the San Alejandro Academy in Havana from 1838 to 1854, directly influencing a generation of Cuban artists. We find a continuation of this in Los Ingenios from 1857 by Justo Cantero and French-born Cuban artist Eduardo Laplante, in the service now of the colonial administration. This album was sponsored to highlight the main driver of the Cuban economy, the sugar plantations. The authors stressed the orderly and efficient production of the finest plantations of the island, modernized by the best steam mills and driven by the apparently well-treated enslaved population. The result is a panoramic view of a benevolent sugar industry rather far removed from the brutal reality of its exploitation of the enslaved. Meanwhile, the painters coming out of the San Alejandro Academy were also influenced by Romanticism. as the work of Federico Fernández Cavada and Esteban Chatran can attest. Their paintings offer sublime views of the Cuban landscape, which can be wild with its towering palm trees, as we can see in this Fernández landscape from 1864, or it turns quiet and desolate with farm animals under a moody sky reminiscent of Constable, like in this Chatran landscape from 1877. Meanwhile, in Puerto Rico, there are few samples of painted landscape before Oller. Some of the most notable being José Campeche's ex voto of the English siege of San Juan from 1797, and small compositions made by Spanish painter Genaro Pérez Villamil when he worked in San Juan as a theater set decorator in the early 1830s. As we can see, Villamil was still not that romantic painter that we later know further on in the century. Oller is the artist who establishes a landscape tradition in Puerto Rico. The arrival of Impressionism then marks a considerable change in style and tone in Caribbean painting in the second half of the 19th century. Oller and Menocal studied in Europe and returned to their respective homelands during defining moments for the territories. Puerto Rico and Cuba were Spanish colonies, defining their cultural identities amid growing desire for independence. Their work responded to this, including their landscape, as nature became one of the symbols of local naturalism, especially in literature. The countryside and its people became central to the visual, cultural, and nationalist movements in the Spanish Caribbean. What we find in their work is that they favor an impressionistic approach in their landscape, effectively imbuing the style with the political discourse of their time. We want to propose then that both Oller and Menocal find in Impressionist aesthetics the way to capture the Caribbean islands with a sense of authenticity that responded to their political context and that they did not find in other established styles. As artists hailing from Caribbean colonies, where the academic tradition was not as rigid or as influential to the market as in Europe, they welcomed a newer sensibility and did not shy away from an eclectic production. Oller and Menocal present interesting parallels. Their landscapes are stylistically different to their work in other genres. For example, Oller preferred a realist approach in his still lifes and portraits, while Menocal remained an academic painter for the most part in the rest of his production. Both were involved in artistic education. Oller established several short-lived art schools, and Menocal was professor at the San Alejandro Academy for decades before becoming its director in the early 20th century. This effectively put them in a position to influence generations of local artists. They also responded to the nationalist movements beyond their artworks. While Oller tried to maintain his political leanings to himself, he did become involved in Puerto Rico's short-lived autonomic government, and Menocal enlisted in the Revolutionary Army against Spanish control of Cuba. Oller is the oldest of the two, a mature painter by the time Menocal was continuing his studies in Madrid. It is with Oller that Impressionism first manifests in the Caribbean. He had two formative periods in France, first as a young student from 1858 to 1865, when he befriended painters like Camille Pissarro and Claude Monet, so to give you something different to look at in this period. He studied as well in the École des Beaux-Arts, and he also attended the Académie Suisse during this period, and that's where he met people like Pissarro and Cézanne. And his second most formative period is when he returns to Paris in the spring of 1874. We don't know if he was able to visit the first Impressionist exhibition. The first news we have of Oller that spring is in May. Maybe he arrived and he was able to at least see some of it. But Oller reconnected with his old friends, and the effect of this encounter are present in his work. He remained in Paris until 1877, when he moved to Madrid, living there as a portraitist and teacher until 1883. He would later return to France for a very short period in 1895, but that's for a couple of months. His mature landscapes are filled by the study of light, loose and paint-laden brushwork, and the immediacy of plein air. Menocal, meanwhile, studied in San Alejandro in Havana, and later moved to Spain in 1880, where he attended the San Fernando Academy. There he studied under history painter Francisco Pradilla, met a young Joaquín Sorolla, whose career he followed, and became acquainted with the exciting landscape developments during those years. Menocal would then return to Cuba in 1889, shortly becoming the drawing professor at San Alejandro. We have not been able to confirm if Oller and Menocal knew each other, but there is a possibility they knew at least of each other's work. Oller participated in the National Exhibition of Fine Arts in Madrid in 1881 and had a solo exhibition in the Spanish capital in 1883. Menocal could have seen Oller's work during those years. They had another opportunity to meet when Oller took his canvas, The Wake, to Havana in late 1894 and exhibited the work in two spaces, Salon Pola and Teatro Tacón, through January 1895 before he left for Paris. These instances do provide the possibility of more Caribbean connections in a transatlantic context and open the window to further sources of influence for these artists. Let us then explore how Impressionism manifests in their work. By 1868, we have references of an Impressionist approach in Oller's landscape. Unfortunately, it is true the written word, as much of his early work has been lost or hasn't been identified. Oller held a solo exhibition at the Fair of San Juan of 1868 in Puerto Rico and exhibited 45 paintings, of which 20 were landscapes. The genre dominated the show, and it's the first documented time we can ascertain Oller's interest in the genre, in landscape, no doubt tied to his experiences in France. 4 of the paintings were foreign views, while the rest were local, rural, and urban views. Since I don't have paintings to show you of those landscapes showed in that exhibition, I bring you this painting from 1864, which may give us an idea of how he handled painting during this period. To study these landscapes, we depend on the descriptions of the exhibition done by 2 Puerto Rican writers, Federico Asenjo y Arteaga and Lorenzo Puente y Acosta. The descriptions by Asenjo in his Álbum Poético of one of the paintings, A View of the Casa de Convalescencia in Rio Piedras, does point to the lasting influence of Oller's French plein air excursions. The writer points to the brilliance of the midday sun illuminating the garden featured and notes the lack of precise details in the representation of the building due to the vibrancy of the natural light. This stylistic effect is continually highlighted positively by Asenjo in other works, hinting to Oller's impressionistic method, even if the writer despairs at the painter's adherence to Courbet's realism in other compositions. Writings like these present a window to the perspective of the educated local public, well-versed in European artistic developments, but open to newer styles. In his known work, the presence of Impressionism is clearly apparent by his second stay in France, in paintings from the mid-1870s, like The Students and The Banks of the Seine, where he's clearly in dialogue with the Impressionist nucleus. When he leaves for Spain in 1877, he takes Impressionism with him. And we quickly move to this Spanish period because it is there that he first represented Puerto Rican peasants in this style. A set of paintings from 1883 feature a couple of jibaros in a lush, vibrant landscape, in a style similar to Pizarro's compositions of French peasants in the late 1870s. Oller's color palette remains naturalistic, while his brushwork is extremely loose, heavy on impasto. And these are works that he made in Madrid. He's not painting these Puerto Rican peasants, these jibaros in Puerto Rico. He's doing these decorative paintings in Madrid right before he returns to his homeland. And here's a brief comparison with Pizarro. Oller returns shortly to Puerto Rico, and during the 1880s and 1890s, he responded to and was part of a cultural nationalism that constantly referenced the countryside and its people as symbols of Puerto Ricanness, on par with the local literary production from the 1840s onward, with Manuel Alonso's book El Jíbaro being one of the main representatives of this literature. Natural features like the ceiba, the silk cotton tree, which you can see here. It's almost abstracted by the brushwork, but here's that great imposing tree. Natural features like the ceiba, the silk cotton tree, and palm trees are consistently represented in this style, prominent in his work as they are prominent in literature. Novels like The Pilgrimage of Bayoán by the writer Eugenio María de Hosto constantly feature and reference these natural features in the prose with a nostalgic point of view, with these educated writers making their work from Spain and longing for home. And so we have these natural features consistently appearing in literature, and we see that Auger also does the same in his paintings. Auger extends this view to the sugar plantations, private enterprises that define much of the economy and social structure of the Caribbean. They were also deeply racialized spaces, heavily dependent on enslaved labor for the great part of the 19th century. Abolition was reached in Puerto Rico in 1873 and in Cuba in 1886. Plantations not only defined the life of so many, but also affected their surrounding landscapes with their buildings, chimney, and planting grounds. Auger, who manifested abolitionist support in the early 1870s, identified plantations as distinct features of the Puerto Rican landscape, even if he may have held reservations toward their role in colonial society. The representation of labor in these views is rather minimal, consisting of small figures and often white compositions that separate the viewer from the labor depicted. And I want to comment that Hacienda La Fortuna, which is the earliest of his plantation pictures from 1886, was the only commission in these paintings that feature sugar mills. And it's the only composition where we have the laborers being far more prominent. In the other compositions, we have very few workers, or if we do have them, they're very distant. So it's good to keep that in mind for the La Fortuna picture. In considering Auger's work, we find a noticeable preference for Impressionism when it comes to that which is distinct to his local landscape, natural or otherwise. This preference is evident in the wake, where the landscape seen through the doors and the windows of the bohío is markedly different in style than what is inside the structure, which responds to realism, making clear his consideration of the style as suitable for the rendition of Puerto Rican nature. This is a small detail of the view from this door. We find something similar in Menocal's Cuban landscapes, influenced directly by early Spanish Impressionism. During his years in Spain, he became familiar with the work of painters like Aureliano de Beruete, Mariano Fortuny, Dario de Regojo, and Martín Rico, whose realist and impressionist approach and clear interest in the ephemeral effects of natural light paved the way for further experimentation in Spanish painting at the end of the century. And here, this is just a small comparison between the work of Martín Rico in the 1880s and a later work by Menocal. There is also, of course, the possibility of Menocal traveling to Paris during the 1880s, but we do not have more information about that. We do know that he visited Paris in 1900 as part of the Cuban delegation for the Universal Exhibition of that year. But before that, we do not have news of Menocal in Paris. On Menocal's return to Cuba in 1889, he maintained much of his academic training, taking on history paintings in this style throughout his career. He also dedicated a great part of his output to landscape, even becoming landscape professor of San Alejandro in the late 1890s. His output is markedly different from the romantic and picturesque styles popular then in Cuba, yet the ascent of his artistic career at home speaks of a positive reception of his work. Menocal's views of Cuba showcase a luminosity and technical character different from the dominant aesthetics. Works like Paisaje and La Carreta represent right scenes of the countryside with looser brushwork and less definition than what can be found in his academic work. Like Auger, Menocal took to a style that may have felt for him more authentic for the Cuban landscape than the romantic and the picturesque stylizations in moments where the discontent that would reignite the War of Independence was brewing. He also focused on rural life, often at a distance. The presence of the Guajiro, the Cuban peasant, is a constant in a myriad of ways, but rarely are they engaged in labor. Menocal also took on the subject of the sugar plantation, motor of the Cuban economy and the source of his extended family's wealth. In his Sugar Mill with Carriage from 1894, he extends an impressionistic eye to the flat terrain favored for sugar cultivation. A nondescript carriage ride is placed in the foreground, while a shadowy plantation looms in the background. Distant but ever present, it seems a midpoint reflection of the subject as it appears in Cuban literature. Its absence in a poetry more interested in idyllic palm tree country that completely ignores the sugarcane, like we see in the poetry of José Martí, versus the monstrous presence of the plantation in abolitionist prose, like we find in the novel Sap by Gertrudis Gómez de Avellaneda. Impressionist aesthetics follow Menocal into the battlefield when he left his post at San Alejandro to serve in the revolutionary forces during the Third War of Independence in 1895. The campaign of Maximo Gómez shows the revolutionary leader among his soldiers. We can just barely see Gómez here. And he's represented in thick, short brushstrokes. The composition is far more casual than Menocal's later history paintings inspired by the conflict. Like Lia's sketch, it has an immediacy that one often finds in plein air painting. It must be said that apparently Menocal never finished or created a composition, an official composition based on this. So this is what we have on this subject. Menocal's interest in landscape and military history collide in the Battle of the Coliseo, a mural done for the residence of sugar plantation owner Rosalía Abreu. This impressive composition depicts revolutionary soldiers carrying their wounded during the Battle of Coliseo, a battle against the Spanish, which the Cuban won. And Menocal includes battle references in an impressionistic background. We have a far more realist approach to the figures in the foreground, and we have just impressions, really, of the battle going on in the background with smokes and charging horses around this area here. This is right above the entrance, and what you have right in front of that entrance is a staircase. So if you're the fancy owner of this palace, as you go down the staircase, you can contemplate the composition in full. While most of the human and animal figures are rendered rather naturalistic, the landscape itself is sparsely detailed, composed of swaths of color that make a burning sugar mill look like a sunset. In this impressionist landscape, the presence of country folk is constant, whether as small figures or through their paths, fences, carts, or animals. As the land they tended and the plantations they worked in post-emancipation, they too are a feature of the landscape in the eyes of these painters. Yet there is little interest in more prominent depictions of their everyday work beyond distant or small references. This may hint to the class divide between them and the painters, both men of an educated upper class developing the national imagery of their countries. While the picturesque tended to show the enslaved and the farmers' labor as part of the colonial enterprise, this approach opts to center the natural landscape while its people mostly traverse it. The Jíbaros and the Guajiros' place in nature is often seen through an almost nostalgic lens in this style. These representations of labor, or rather its absence, seem part of the process of transforming the Jíbaro and the Guajiro into icons of nation in the late 1800s, by separating them, if only in the visual arts, from the labor of survival in the countryside and the precarious exploitation of their bodies as plantation and domestic workers. The influence of Auger's and Menocal's Impressionism will continue beyond the struggles of independence and the Spanish-American War of 1898. Through the last decades of the 19th century, this style was embraced in the creation of a national vision of landscape in the Spanish Caribbean. In the case of Puerto Rico, arriving through that direct connection with the Impressionist nucleus and becoming instrumental in creating a landscape tradition. In Cuba, arriving through that influence of Spanish Impressionism, it responded to the changing tides of nationhood, presenting itself as an option against the romantic and picturesque aesthetics of the old colony. Thank you.
So I think we have a break. Do we have, or do we want questions now? While everything is fresh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Calcanio. I very much enjoyed your presentation, and I kind of had just a question regarding something you said, and I wish you would have developed more. when you said that Francisco Oller painted the Puerto Rican peasant while he was in Madrid. And I was wondering if you could talk about, maybe was it like a commercial endeavor, thinking of his audience, or what, maybe if you had some hints about why is that. I'm thinking about Camille Pissarro coming back from St. Thomas and Venezuela and still painting this kind of Caribbean imagery while in France right after. So maybe there is a parallel there, maybe not. I was just wanting to know more. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. So, I'm very interested in Oller's second period in Madrid because he has been quite elusive to really follow his trace in that second period in Madrid. He's there from 1877 to 1883. And he has this big exhibition in 1883 where we find him showing still lifes, a few landscapes, portraits, and then we have these two little decorative works that feature these jíbaros, these Puerto Rican peasants. And these are the only known works that we have by Oller on this subject made in Madrid. I understand there's something quite similar to the case of Pissarro, who continued to represent scenes of St. Thomas after he settled in France, in the sense that I think Oller was trying to see if there was a market in Madrid for representations of Puerto Rican peasants. I think there's something there, but I have not found enough information to ascertain if he did find a market for that type of image. I do think, and this is something I worked on my thesis, that during that period, Oller becomes influenced by Spanish costumbrismo, where you have all these regional interests among Spanish painters, and they are representing the peasants of their region. And I think he's in a way responding to that, and he may be considering that situation in Spanish painting and also trying to court the market, starting to develop an interest in the subject with the Puerto Rican peasant and producing work that perhaps may find a market in Madrid. We do not know if he found buyers for those paintings in Madrid, as they have been very difficult to locate and to find their provenance. And also, if he started to develop a market for these scenes beyond his market as a portraitist in Madrid, we do not know because he quickly left for Puerto Rico that year. So if maybe these jíbaro paintings were the first step to develop new works to court a new market, well, we do not know what the result would have been. But it's very interesting that he started to delve into this subject, not in Puerto Rico, but in Madrid. And the effect would be that on his return to Puerto Rico, he's going to continue on representing this subject.
Thank you. Perhaps a question that's related to both of the talks. Empire has at least two different kind of formulations. There's the empire within France as a political system within the nation, and then there's empire as the extension of projection of power to other nations. And I wonder how you, both of you, would see the relationship of those, if those are part of the same, part of a not a single, but a practice that has commonalities, or if it's really very separate. It's like internal and external imperialism. Thanks.
Well, I don't know if what I'm going to say relates quite directly, but as I understood, if how imperialism is affecting the work of these artists, yeah. In the case of both Oller and Menocal, I think they are very aware of the weight of colonial administration and how the colonial administration may influence their own careers. In the context of Puerto Rico and Cuba, we are looking at very small art markets. I can talk primarily of Puerto Rico, a very small market for Oller. His clients are going to be plantation owners, landowners, politicians, people in the administration. So I think he has to constantly consider the temperature of local politics and of the politics in the metropolis to court those clients. What subjects are they gonna be interested in? What type of portraits they might be interested in? And I think he has to constantly court that sector. I think it's something similar happening in Cuba, but in the case of Menocal, well, he ends up being making a career in the San Alejandro Academy, so he has a more stable career in terms of economics than Oller, who has to constantly court that colonial administration throughout his life. But we do find examples of, say, empire affecting Menocal's work. He participated in the Universal Exhibition in Chicago in 1893, and he sent a history painting of the deportation of Christopher Columbus by Bobadilla. And he was asked by the organizers of the Cuban delegation to please eliminate the chains he had put on Christopher Columbus for the work to be exposed in Chicago. And Menocal had to paint over the chains to get that exhibition in Chicago. But when the painting and Menocal returned to Cuba, he repainted the shackles. So I think they have to constantly be aware of the temperature to keep their careers afloat, definitely.
Well, I was just going to, what I hear in the question too maybe is there's both empires and imperialism which produce or are part of let's say international networks, and that's something that Tamara was certainly following. In my case, I was looking for these statement paintings, which essentially had to look at these, the kind of great game questions from the point of view of artists who are working based in Paris. And whether they meet or not depends upon the circumstances and the artist, I suppose, whether they meet in painting, let's say, or in objects produced. One thing I should say that when Cici and Tamara and I were speaking before this session, we were all talking about how Pissarro is a figure that is in our sight, but in our periphery in all of this, and is a figure who's, placed in the middle of all that, let's say, and of our consciousness. And I think of this in the last few days, it's been interesting the way that sometimes Pissarro has been absolutely necessary, but he's always been a touchstone in the last few days, even when he wasn't the exact subject in many, many, many of the papers in this conference.
Hello, my question's for Todd. I wrote down, and I hope I'm not misremembering, that you used the expression anti-colonial ethic to describe, the range of artists that you're discussing. And I'm wondering why it's not anti-colonial politics, and there are certain artists that it would seem to me that their ethic is more akin to like an eye roll, but like how engaged is it, and how much is it a kind of mocking and I don't know, a kind of a witness who's not engaged but only kind of critiques in a mordant, type of way.
Well, a few things. One, I hear in that question partly an aspect of intention, which is not really my goal to go there at all, but to look at how the paintings are working that I discussed. And then it's true in some ways I express myself in a kind of shorthand way, and in terms of kind of anti-colonial ethics, let's say, the more important thing is to beg the subject of empire and then refuse to serve it. It's works that refuse a certain job that is, that I guess tie them together and that interest me a lot.
Todd, thank you both so much. Wonderful papers. My question, I think, follows really beautifully on Laura's and is in the same spirit, Todd. Beautiful panorama, and it makes perfect sense, but I do want to press you a little on the need for putting these figures together, right? Why do we want to draw them into a collective and shared kind of sentiment towards empire? I'm still need a justification for it, because I think this search for the lowest common denominator among them results a little bit in in another version of their shared avant-gardism that sounds to me actually rather old, right? Bataille's Indifference, oh my God, you know, so to go back there, right, to claim the avant-garde's indifference, their satirical nature, the kind of irony in all of this, but here we are back at some, at what I have always thought we had left behind as the kind of shared common denominator of the group here, you know, some time ago. So I'm just wondering whether that needs to be the case, and just some more justification of why it's coming together in that particular manner. I guess I'll stop there and let you respond. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I don't know if I have that justification yet or ever will, but I do, the sense that I have from the state of this paper is that absolutely it is, in a sense, a bit old-fashioned in that it does get at a shared ethic and practice, and that I think that that is valuable in a period when we're concerned about, I don't know what period we're not concerned about, questions of power such as colonialism or imperialism. But I think it's an important posture that wasn't taken when it might have been easier to do something else, where there were other options for artists, and that it's maybe we're otherwise in a period these days of a kind of diversification of the Impressionist field. And I think there is also a kind of ethic in this core group that is worth articulating. And that way I do recognize it as old school.
Thank you for those wonderful presentations. My question's for Tamara. I was really struck by what you said about the pre-existing art world and how it had only a certain kind of a small scale, a certain set of infrastructure. And so I was wondering, also to do with the reflections over the last few days that people have offered about what it means to be an impressionist, or what does the term impressionist mean. So I wanted to ask, in this situation, did the term impressionist carry any kind of significance for their local audience? Did it carry any kind of implications of avant-gardism, or was it just one manner of landscape painting like any other which could be used or discarded without much reaction? So I'm wondering, you know, what is the kind of reception of the broader term?
That's an excellent question. In the context of the Caribbean, when these painters are working, I have not found reference at all to the term impressionism. Oyer, he's certainly aware of it. I do not think he had any interest in affiliating himself or relating himself to that term, impressionist. He stayed in that second French period until 1877. He did not attend the second Impressionist exhibition. He did not participate in it. He may have attended, but he did not participate in it. So I do not think he himself was interested in becoming too related to the term itself. From what I've been able to see in the publications of the time, there is no mention of Impressionism. It just feels like just that, like one of these styles that is developing in Europe, and these painters have, well, taken to it, and they are adapting it to their context, yeah. Later on, it would appear in the historiography, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the really fascinating papers, both of them really thought-provoking. I had a question, just a quick one really, for Todd Porterfield, about the Monet painting of the warrior dress and the Japanese elements. And I just wondered whether there were links to be made to the kind of anti-empire stance that the Société du Jinglar had in the late 1860s, where they adopted Japanese tea drinking as a cover for anti-imperial activities, whether you think there might be still something going on there, because Monet, I think, writes to Gustave Manet about don't tell anybody the real meaning of this Japanese picture I have in my exhibition, or in the exhibition.
Thank you. That's, I'm aware of that, and want to unpack it and haven't yet, essentially. But that's an important question. Thank you.
Great, so I think this will.
On va faire une petite pause de 10.
Shall we make a 10 to 15-minute break?
Il y a encore un peu de
And
café,
then
des viennoiseries qui
I
vous
think there is
attendent pour
coffee
finir en
and,
beauté l'après-midi.
and viennoiserie and croissants and to finish, well, for this afternoon's
of the final session of today's conference. If everyone will take their seats. If everyone can please take your seats so we can get the session started, please. We have lots of exciting information coming your way, so we don't want to lose a minute of presentation time or the questions, which I'm sure you will all have bubbling up after these scintillating presentations that you're about to hear. We will start the second session off, introducing our next speaker, who is Cece McKee. Cece McKee is an assistant professor of history of art at Bryn Mawr College and a current Mads Ovlesen postdoctoral fellow at the University of Copenhagen. Their research focuses on the intersections of art, colonialism, and natural science in the modern Atlantic world, circa 1750 to 1950, with an emphasis on the Caribbean. McKee also maintains an active curatorial practice, writes art criticism, and researches the exploration of colonialism and slavery's injurious ecological afterlives in contemporary Caribbean and African diasporic art. Their writings appeared or will appear in Art Journal, Liquid Blackness, Small Acts, CASVA Seminar Papers, Bloomsbury's 33 1/3 series, Art Forum, and Hyperallergenic. Please join me in welcoming CC.
Bon après-midi à toutes et à tous, et merci pour cette
Good afternoon, Cece, and thank you for introducing me. I'm delighted, and I would like to once again thank the Scientific Committee for their 3 very interesting days, and I'd like to thank Félicie Maupour, in particular, for organizing. I'll begin my presentation, which will be in English, because the idea of translating Danish to French and then into English was a bit too much as far as I was concerned.
Impressionism have overwhelmingly focused on the rural artist colony that formed in the 1870s and 80s around the beach town of Skane on the north tip of Jutland. And Nicoletta showed us one painting by Peter Kroya yesterday, if you were here for that final panel. Many Skane artists had trained in Paris and brought their knowledge of Impressionist techniques back to Denmark. Impressionism became a means of exploring a romantic nationalism in the wake of the Danish Golden Age, marked by the Second Schleswig War in 1864. After Denmark lost its southern provinces, the nation sought to affirm its identity by retreating into rural spaces, seemingly untouched by external influence. In 1891, the foundation of the Free Exhibition furthered the adaptation of French avant-garde painting techniques with the integration of post-impressionist symbolist modernism. Perhaps unsurprisingly, art produced in the Danish West Indies never figures prominently in narratives of the period, if it is mentioned at all. And its perceived absence produces a tendency to minimize the role of race and colonialism in modern Danish art. This presentation seeks to shift the focus from the metropole to the Danish Caribbean as a means of complicating the narrative of Danish Impressionism and Impressionism tout court as an aesthetic avant-garde increasingly aligned with socialist politics in the case of Denmark. In the following, I address the work of 3 Danish painters who traveled to the Caribbean after the Second Schleswig War in 1864 and before the sale of the islands to the United States in 1917. Each of these artists employed painterly techniques that informed, aligned with, or built upon those most often associated with Impressionism. Moreover, these 3 artists engaged the Danish West Indies at pivotal moments in the Black labor history of the islands. Through the recurring figure of the laboring Black woman, I argue that these 3 artists engage in aesthetic politics of late Danish colonialism and speak to Black resistance to these exploitative conditions. Part 1, Frederik Visby, Contract Labor and Fire Burn. Frederik Visby arrived in the Danish West Indies in the fall of 1865. He studied at the Royal Academy in Copenhagen from 1860 to 65 with a hiatus during the war. It seems he didn't stay in the West Indies for an extended period, continuing his journey to Central America and San Francisco until returning to the northern Danish city of Aarhus in November 1869. He struggled to find work as a painter, and so trained as a dentist, naturally. With this new career, he returned to St. Thomas with his family in 1870, where they lived for 2 years, before continuing on to New York and then back to Denmark again. During his 2 stays in the Danish West Indies and after his return to Denmark, Vispe produced several finished paintings and a significant body of oil sketches, watercolor sketches, and pencil drawings. And I hope to complicate the difference between sketch and finished painting, as Martin Young did on the first day of this conference. His Caribbean oeuvre is not entirely dissimilar to that of Camille Pissarro and Fritz Melbert from the decade before. Representations of laboring Black women, coastal and urban landscapes, and studies of vegetation abound. His style represents a loosening of the Golden Age penchant for realist verisimilitude. Take, for instance, his marine painting, the naval frigate Chélan leaves St. Thomas from the 1870s. Vispe paints from the perspective of Hassel Island, looking north towards Charlotte Amalia, the capital of the Virgin Islands, that rises on the 3 low ridges in the background. The central naval frigate billows clouds of coal smoke and steam as it barrels towards the foreground, producing a wake that ripples out into the placid bay. This view is similar, if not almost the same, as that of Fritz Melbert in his painting of the town from 1851, where Melbert aestheticizes the perspective of the harbor by sharply delineating the composition with the sea, land, and sky each occupying a horizontal band of roughly equal size. Vispe, by contrast, seems to revel in the reflections of the boats fractured by the soft waves that radiate out from the titular frigate. While he does not fragment and abstract the reflected world of the water's surface to the extent that Monet did in a painting like Regattas at Argenteuil from about the same moment, Vispe allows the brushstroke to convey immediacy beyond mimetic representation. Because of his plein air sketches and loosened brushwork in his finished paintings, the little-known painter Vispe might be folded into a coeval proto-impressionist stylistic avant-garde. For these same reasons, interpretations of Pissarro and Melbert's sketches, to which I'll turn shortly, from the 1850s have judged them proto-impressionist in their approach to capturing the ephemeral conditions of light and shadow in the tropics. And a painting by Pissarro and a sketch by Melbert on the screen now. Vispe's case is bolstered because he was a contemporary of the Skane artists and made at least one trip to the beach town, evidenced by 2 known canvases. However, I hesitate here because the proto-impressionism of these artists is both an astute descriptor and a misnomer, because it elides the specificity of Danish artistic colonialism. Imposing Impressionism as a monolithic concept with its own history of depoliticization is part and parcel of a broader tendency within scholarship on 19th century Danish art that eschews an interrogation of its colonialist tendencies. More than a translation of modern painting to the colonial tropics, many of Vispe's paintings and sketches also employ a naturalist sensibility that could be impressionist, but also aestheticized Black labor to offer insight into the crisis that befell the Danish West Indies in the decades after slavery's emancipation. Okay, now for a rapid-fire post-abolition history of the Danish West Indies. After emancipation in 1848, the Planters' Committee on St. Croix and the newly arrived Governor General worked quickly to issue an act that established labor contracts with a 1-year term that began on the 1st of October each year, established a 5-day work week and 9-hour workday, except during harvest season, and provided a 90-meter square plot rent-free for growing provisions. Despite superficial changes during the 1860s and 1870s, the terms of these contracts forced the Black populace into a system of wage labor that differed only nominally from the restrictive and onerous conditions of enslavement. Yet these conditions could not seem further away from the painterly treatments of Black women by Vispe. In washing area behind Fort Frederiksted St. Croix, Vispe engages the long-standing representational trope of the Black washerwoman situated within the interior island landscape of the gut, a term for a small freshwater stream or creek still used in the Virgin Islands. Located on the western end of the island, Fort Frederiksted was constructed in the mid-18th century, and it was from this fort that Governor General von Scholten decreed emancipation. In Visper's treatment, the fort's presence is diminished in favor of a gut behind it that runs into the ocean. The viewer looks on as a group of women, most dressed in white with red headscarves, do their wash around a bend. In a similar painting executed in 1881, a lone washerwoman works in the shallow foreground of boulders and vegetation that rise into the hilly background, where two identically dressed women, differentiated only by their skin color, make their way to begin their wash. These paintings are united by a loose, brushy technique associated both with post-Golden Age Danish naturalism and the increasing influence of Impressionism in Scandinavia. It gives these scenes of gendered and racialized labor a sense of immediacy and its associated sense of veracity via direct observation. However, these works were executed far from the Danish West Indies and long after Visper had left them. This retrospective pair of paintings begs the question, why then might he have returned to Caribbean subjects in the early 1880s? Beneath the picturesque Impressionist veneer of Visper's painting lies the ongoing struggle for enfranchisement and representation in the Danish West Indies. After decades of exploitative labor contracts, St. Croix erupted in a series of riots on Contract Day, October 1st, 1878. Led in part by 4 women who have been memorialized as queens, nearly 50 plantations and almost the entirety of Frederiksted were burned to the ground over the following 4 days before the riot was brutally repressed. Fireburn was precipitated by the increasingly strict terms of these labor contracts that were meant to stymie increasing immigration from the islands, and because planters increasingly abused the penalty system that was also legislated alongside these contracts. In a summary court-martial on the 5th of October, 12 men were sentenced to death and 8 people to hard labor for life in Copenhagen. 7 people made the transatlantic journey, 3 men were taken to Horsens Penitentiary, and the 4 women memorialized as queens served sentences in Christianshavn's women's prison in the 1880s. And here we see it illustrated in the Illustrerte Titel from 1879. Thus, when Frederik Visper returned to painting Caribbean subjects in the 1880s, he did so in a moment when a colonial crisis made itself felt in the metropole. The ongoing exploitation of free black laborers could hide in plain sight in his plein air paintings that predominate during the 1860s and 70s. However, the violence of Fireburn and its leadership by black women did not produce significant changes in colonial policy. Visper's loose brushwork and plein air approach, or at least the illusion of it, signaled an innovation to Danish techniques that came close to Impressionism as a painterly lexicon perhaps able to capture the colonial Caribbean. Part 2, Hugo Larsson, Imperial Neglect and U.S. Encroachment. After Fireburn, a commission came forward in May of the following year with a set of liberalized reforms that would finally replace the 1849 regulations with a new set of legislation to improve conditions and introduce land ownership for the propertyless black majority. However, these new measures did not differ substantially from those issued in 1849, 1859, and 1867, nor did they improve conditions. In fact, some protections, like health care for black workers, were stripped in the 1879 regulations, and there was a sharp decline in the number of annual contracts issued that perpetuated exploitation by the planter class. Sugar production and the population on the islands continued to decline around the turn of the century, and the United States set its sights on expanding the nation's colonial holdings in the Caribbean, which is why I'm particularly thrilled to be in conversation with Tamara, who's talking about Francisco Ayer and the encroachment in Puerto Rico at exactly the same moment. The Secretary of State John Hay presented a sales treaty to Denmark in January 1900, and Congress ratified it in February of 1902. In Denmark, the situation was not so clear. Popular opinion favored selling the islands, and this was reflected in the Folketinget, the lower house of Denmark's bicameral legislature, which voted to sell 88-7 on March 14, 1902. Sentiments in the Landstigel, the more conservative upper house, were far more contentious. The vote was ultimately a tie, 32-32. The treaty failed ratification, and the islands were not sold. As public interest was focused anew on the Danish West Indies, the young painter Hugo Larsson set sail from Copenhagen for the Caribbean, arriving in St. Thomas on February 14, 1904. He graduated from the Academy in Copenhagen in 1899, studying under Frans Henningsen, and followed Henningsen's stalwart adherence to Denmark's school of realist painting in the early example that I show here. Although he rarely figures into histories of modern art, Hugo Larsson is an unexpected figure in the expansion of Impressionist techniques in Denmark, precisely because of his more conservative realist allegiances in Copenhagen, and because they depart from the association of innovative painterly technique with types of progressive politics. In fact, it is Larsson's relationship to the conservative political establishment that engendered his journey to the Danish West Indies. And here I show a satirical cartoon representing the 1902 Commission, one member of whom I will turn to in just a moment. Princess Marie d'Orléans and her husband, Prince Valdemar, were among the members of the Danish aristocracy to speak out in favor of retaining the islands, due at least in part to the fact that they were the first members of the Danish royal family to visit in 1879, just after Fireburn. The princess was also a student of Frans Henningsen, who planted the idea to send a Danish artist to represent the Caribbean colonies so as to shift popular opinion. When seeking funding for the journey, Princess Marie turned to Holger Pedersen, a Danish businessman and member of the Landstigel with extensive economic interests in the islands. He co-founded the Plantation Selskabet Dansk Vestindien, a private company meant to revitalize the sugar industry through small land holdings in 1902, and was involved in the 1903 governmental commission. Hugo Larsson was chosen to fulfill the task of painting the Danish West Indies in a positive light under the auspices of the Danish aristocracy and colonial business. Within the constellation of art and politics, the formal employment of Impressionism in his oeuvre served an essentially colonialist function executed over the course of his 3-year stay. In many ways, his paintings correspond to the recommendations of the commission formed on November 18, 1902, to ameliorate the economic situation in the colonies after the failed sale. Alongside extensive agricultural reforms, the 1903 report sought to improve the lives of the Black working class on the islands through healthcare and education. Despite the ambitious program, once again, there was neither significant material improvement in the lives of the Black proletariat nor to the colonial economy. Hugo Larsson's Caribbean paintings visualize liberal neglect as a picturesque cover when the formal innovation of his oeuvre is placed against Black women's labor history on the islands. The confluence of these disparate factors are perhaps nowhere more evident than in one of his most famous works, Nanny with Child. The painting depicts a Black woman holding a young girl on a porch that looks onto the hills of Charlotte Amalia on St. Thomas. Like Edouard Manet and Gustave Cailbat's explorations of the Parisian balcony as a symbol of bourgeois domesticity, Larsson's Nanny and Child are confined from their elevated vantage point by the balustrade and potted plants behind them. Departing from his realist training, Larsson modernizes his composition with thick, scumbled painting and augments the sense of immediacy and spontaneity with perspective and cropping. The nanny's legs are cut before we reach her ankles. The decorative fretwork characteristic of Caribbean gingerbread houses closes in the scene from above, interrupted by a fabric awning just over halfway across the length of the painting. Finally, the viewer is situated slightly above the subjects. These compositional techniques are reminiscent of Impressionists like Edgar Degas, who, among others, imported the cropping of the photographic frame into the painterly medium. Although similarities to the previous generation of Impressionists abound, this was not the urban milieu of Paris. The formal intermedial innovations inaugurated by photography in Europe did not serve the same purpose when the colonial tropics were represented. As Krista Thompson has argued, in the late 19th and early 20th century, the Caribbean was tropicalized via photography. Quote, tropicalization here describes the complex visual systems with which the islands were imaged for tourist consumption and the social and political implications of these representations on actual physical space on the islands and their inhabitants. While Thompson limits her analysis to the Anglophone islands, something similar happens in the Danish context. Photography often served to reify social hierarchies in the liberalized terms of class when representing Black women's labor. A 1907 photograph of a Black nanny and white child elucidates some of the representational precedents from which Larson may have drawn. The photograph shows Aranetha Jones holding a child from the Lockman family on St. Croix, and was likely taken and developed by the child's father, who worked under Carl Lockman, the director of the Bethlehem plantation. Aranetha tenderly looks down at the child she holds in place for the photograph. Like Larson's painting, both nanny and child are dressed in white, drawing attention to the differences in skin tone where their hands meet. In her analysis of the photograph, Helena Biakeli homes in on the role of touch as a site revelatory of the extent to which whiteness was represented as vulnerable against the perceived permanence of Blackness. The overlapping of hands is at once a sign of cross-racial intimacy and establishes a fundamental, insurmountable difference between the laboring Black woman and the white child she cares for. When this vernacular photography is compared to Larson's painting, the relationship between figure and ground takes on a slightly different valence. Larson also foregrounds the hand as a site of Black women's labor. She holds her charge carefully. One wrist and hand with a single gold ring emerge atop the mass of white fabric they wear. The symbolic interdependence and power imbalance between white girl and Black woman is underscored with a second act of holding at the center of the canvas. The little girl clutches a small brown-skinned doll dressed in white. The brushstrokes blur the doll into a swirling mass of dark brown paint that conflates the skin tones of both the racialized nanny and the shaded whiteness of the girl she holds. In this painting of domestic labor, Larson repeats a recurring theme, despite art history's attempts to perpetuate an absence of Blackness in Danish art from the period. In 1838, Niels Peter Holbeck painted a portrait of his daughter Marie in the arms of Neki, a Crusian who worked for the naval officer Hans Birch Dallerup and would have been free upon her arrival in Denmark, though quite limited in her professional opportunities. Another painting by Willem Maastren from 1857 depicts the two daughters of his brother Otto, though it is their nanny, Justina, who takes center stage. She, like Neki, wears a headscarf of madras, along with a white dress and red shawl. Justina's centrality in the painting has been noted as atypical of the period, with speculation that this is in fact a coded portrait of Justina herself, because she was Otto's mistress, gesturing toward the ongoing sexual exploitation of Black women faced throughout the Atlantic world. Thus, the formal innovation of Larson's nanny with child is something of a smokescreen. The visual pleasure of impressionistic techniques obfuscates the extent to which the realist painter remained indebted to the Danish Golden Age and its conventions for representing Black women, however scarce the examples may be. In each instance, these women are confined to their work for wealthy families while also being held at a distance. Despite the promise that Hugo Larsson's Impressionist Caribbean paintings could improve the perception of the colonies in Denmark, they ultimately failed. And here I just cycle through some additional examples to hopefully provoke questions. They were shown twice in Denmark, first upon his return from the Caribbean in 1907, at the Charlottenborg Efterårsudstilling, and again when none of the works sold in 1913 during a 2-week exhibition at the Free. And here I've included comparisons to Oyer because I think that the relationship between the Danish and Puerto Rican case is quite generative for a longer presentation. I close with Astrid Holm, Black unionization and the sale of the islands. Shortly after Larsson exhibited his paintings in the Caribbean for the second time at the Den Fri-udstilling, his avant-garde contemporary Astrid Holm arrived in St. Thomas on May 12, 1914. As the tepid reception of Larsson's paintings indicates, the authority of Danish colonialism continued to wane. Holm arrived in the Danish West Indies as economic conditions grew even more precarious and a nascent Black labor movement began to coalesce. In 1912 and 13, laborers grew increasingly dissatisfied with the ongoing lack of improvements to their working conditions after the 1903 Commission report. Hans Bishop, a Black laborer, traveled to Denmark twice in 1914 as a representative, but gained little traction for their concerns. Holm arrived in St. Thomas after completing her study at the Academy of Fine Art in Copenhagen in 1910 and spending 4 years in Paris studying with Matisse. Under Matisse's tutelage, she developed an astute use of flat color to build up space, although her paintings are usually not so flat as her teachers. Alongside the formal innovations of her work, art historian Anna Vestager Jørgensen emphasizes, quote, where Matisse traveled to Morocco and Algeria and painted Haitian models in his atelier, a different relationship of colonial domination emerges in Holm's painting, the Danish West Indian connection. Like Renoir's Algerian sojourn and Gauguin's primitivist globe-trotting, Matisse set one example of the modernist drive to reinvigorate Western avant-garde painting through the incorporation of cultural alterity. Her largest finished painting from her time in the Caribbean, Rose de Capot, or Rose Setting the Table, demonstrates the extent to which, like her predecessors Visper and Larsen, the tropics offered new means of engaging race, gender, and labor through the formal innovations of color and abstraction. Astrid Holm's painting of Rose setting a table could not seem further from the mounting unrest surrounding labor conditions in the West Indies. Enclosed within a shuttered interior, Rose performs the labor that nearly does not register as such. She seems to arrive at a table already arranged. Holm formally reinforces the scene's ambiguity by awkwardly hiding her hands from view. If we dwell on the pink dress that also names the racialized sitter, the awkwardness of Rose's arms is significant. The vase behind which her left hand disappears is nearly the same color as her skin, and in the play of reflected local color around which the composition coheres, the vase picks up the reflected pink of her dress. This vase is both literal and metaphorical vessel in the painting. In its metonymic relationship to the subject, Holm performs a disappearing act that renders Black women's labor all but invisible. She displaces Rose's work onto the objects around her. As Jørgensen describes the scene, quote, it is as if Holm wanted to paint Rose but avoid the working hands at all cost. Were it not for the title, one would not necessarily see Rose at work, but as part of the stationary arrangement, the still life, end quote. This obfuscation is particularly clear in the covered silver bowl and platter that somehow reflect the pink of Rose's dress on the sides facing away from her. Holm's painting is not unsympathetic to Rose as a Black West Indian woman. Her face is one of the more detailed passages, and her downward gaze reveals an interior psychic depth that in her refusal can only be speculated upon. Perhaps beneath her placid expression is an intimation of the unrest that would erupt again shortly after Holm left the Danish West Indies in 1915. At this moment, Hamilton Jackson, a former school teacher, emerged as a leader in the labor movement after publishing a series of letters to the editor in a local liberal newspaper. Alongside these letters, he also staged public meetings that garnered significant public approval and elevated him as a radical advocate for the Black proletariat in the West Indies. Jackson's verbal attacks grew increasingly aggressive, and the police and planters of the estates where these meetings were held tried to prevent him from holding them all together. With money raised from the Crucian laborers, Jackson traveled to Copenhagen in May 1915 to advocate for the Black population. He successfully effected a loosening of print censorship guidelines and returned to St. Croix in July as something of a local celebrity. In November 1915, amidst a mounting fear of violent insurrection, Hamilton Jackson established the St. Croix Labor Union, and in January 1916, they demanded an increase in wages and the end of contract labor. After they were summarily rejected by the Planters Union, a strike began with the sugarcane harvest on January 21st and spread to the entire island by the 24th of January. A month later, a compromise was reached, and the Black laborers won a significant victory in improving wages and conditions. However, as the Black Union made strides, the Danish government was organizing a second sale referendum, and the islands were transferred to the United States on March 17, 1917. When Astrid Holm obfuscated the work of Rose's hands, she perpetuated a broader trend in Danish aesthetic and political treatments of the Caribbean colonies. Where Frederik Visper evacuated the laboring body from view until Black laborers demanded it be seen after Fireburn, Hugo Larsson used the instantaneity of Impressionist brushwork to tropicalize the conditions of labor as picturesque for a continental audience invested in revitalizing the failing colonies after 1902. Like her predecessors, Holm's technical painterly innovations are at once belated and prescient. Belated insofar as these Danish artists eschewed the possible connections between the colonial black proletariat and the socialist Danish working class that had been developing in the 50 years since the introduction of liberalized contract labor. Prescient, because Holmes' painting may have hung in the free exhibition space while Hamilton Jackson was in Copenhagen in 1915. Despite their proximity, these entwined histories of art and labor in the Danish West Indies have repelled each other in the secondary scholarship on the period. As these three artists' work shows, the implementation and development of Impressionist technique in the Danish West Indies is one means of joining Black labor history to colonial painting. Thank you.
Wonderful talk. We are going to conclude today's session and conclude the conference with our final talk by Marie Laurelade. Marie is an associate professor in Chinese studies at Lyon 2 University. She is a member of the Institut des Orientales and specialized in the history of art and literature of contemporary Chinese world from the early 20th century to the present day. In particular, she focuses on representations, cultural transfers, including translation, national imagery, imaginaries in the face of globalization, and intermediality. She is a contributor to Collectionnaire Impressionisme, published in 2022, edited by our illustrious Ségolène Lemaine and Félicie de Maupeou. Her most recent work focuses on Shanghainese caricatures from the 1930s. These press cartoons reveal an assimilation and reappropriation of Western artistic attitudes of the period. She is also keen to highlight artists and writers with a double label, such as Ni Yid, a painter, writer, and theorist. She is the author of Feng Zikai, Un caractériste lyrique, dialogue du mot et du trait, was published in 2017, and Shanghai, année 1930, Un paradis au-dessus de l'enfer, published this year. She has co-edited several collective works, including À la croisée des collections d'art entre Asie et Occident, in 2019, and Caricature en Extrême-Orient origine, rencontre métissage, also published this year. Today she will be speaking to us on perceptions of Impressionism in Republican China, 1912 to 1949. Thank you for joining us today.
So thank you. So I will speak in French. I could have spoken in English or in Chinese, but it will be in French. So, voilà. Donc,
I'm going to say a few words about the situation of Impressionism, how it's received, understood in China. The word Impressionism in China is read for the first time. It's translated as School of Impression. This word comes from Japanese in Chinese, and it's the same word as in Japan, but it's not pronounced the same. That word is read for the first time in Chinese in 1912. And it's an artist who writes about it. And for the first time that year, in 1912, the Chinese discover a painting by Li Shutong, which uses this style with light strokes that he learned in Japan. So it's the first idea of Impressionism. Apparently, the Chinese had never heard of Impressionism before. So it was an abstract word, but they did not know what it meant. So it is starting from the 1910 and 1920s that movement is introduced in China. We're going to see the artists that will be influenced by this in China. So it's artists that study in Japan. Japan plays a key part as a place where Impressionism goes through before being discovered in China. And the second approach is through publications. I've told you that from 1910 we can find books and reviews that mention it, and we can see that little by little the Chinese understand this style better and better, this movement. So let me show you the first slide. Just a quick reminder of the situation of China at the time. As we know, so I'm going to go over this quickly, the 19th century is the century of shame, as we call it in China, with the Opium War. It's a series of defeats for China following an apogee in the 19th century where China is absolutely huge, and it reaches its heyday, and then it's a series of defeat in the 19th century with the Opium Wars, the Chinese-French War, which is not very famous, but it's one of the main defeats of China in 1885, and with the war against Japan 10 years later that China will lose as well. So little by little, the Chinese realize that they're going to have to reform and follow the model of Japan. So then there's the 100 Days of 1898. But the emperor opposes to this when there was an attempt to reform the country and the institutions. Not only the techniques, but also the intellectual life of China. That was the ambition, and it's unfortunately a failure as well. This series of defeats means that China ends up completely broken, and at the end of 1911, many countries want to take over China, but in 1912 they decide to found the Republic of China. So it's the first time that they're starting to call into question Confucius's philosophy, and it's the first time that they start to also decide not to only paint with ink as they had been doing for centuries. So here is a small map of China in 1920. Sun Yat-sen quickly loses power, and Yuan Shikai takes over, and he dies very quickly as well. And in the end, it's the warlords that will fight and have power over all of the different regions of China. And then under the aegis of Chiang Kai-shek, China is reunited from 1928 to 1937, and then there's another war. This is just a reminder so that you understand the historical context of China at that time. And then following the fall of the empire, there's going to be the fine arts revolution in China. We often hear experts say that arts and politics are tightly linked, because at the time China wants to modernize, and at the time modernization is a synonym of westernization. So China is going to, both in humanities as in fine arts, going to turn to the West and become westernized as fast as possible. It's what we're going to see in the different pictorial styles and the introduction of realism as well as Impressionism, and then post-Impressionism. So they start to call into question the use of ink in paintings. It's interesting because at the time, one of the watchwords of this new Republic of China, one of their most important principles is that they should follow science and democracy. And they consider that when it comes to arts, realism and impressionism are linked to science. So I'll get back to this point of view a little bit later on, because you might find it peculiar. So China is convinced that the scientific mindset is something that the Chinese have missed out on, and that they need to turn to these principles through arts. So let me tell you about this first piece of art, which was painted by Li Shutong, who studied in Japan, and his teacher was Kuruda Seiki, who himself studied in France at the Paris School of Fine Arts. And he had Raphaël Collin as his teacher, and he's well known for his plenarist style.
Kuroda Seiki, qui est donc le professeur de Li Shutong.
This is a style that Kuroda Seiki borrows from him. He's the Li Shutong's teacher, and he adopts this type of impressionist painting, and this through the pathway of this professor who learnt in France, who trained in France. Kuroda Seiki is really the first artist who introduces plenarism and impressionism, if you wish. It's sort of a mixture of both. It's not pure impressionism. And this is done through different relays, different pathways. Kuroda Seiki is well known enough in Japan because he founded the Department of Western Painting in 1896 at the Fine Arts Academy in Tokyo. And that's where Chinese people such as Li Shutong study. Li Shutong, we feel, or we think, is the first to have adopted this style of painting. I jotted down the number of students, Chinese students, signed up to the Fine Arts School in Tokyo between 1902 and 1947. 134 Chinese students studied at the Fine Arts School in Tokyo, and this school is a sort of hotbed of propagation of Impressionism in Japan. A few other painters. Let's have a look at the ones that were influenced by this fine arts school. Wang Yachan is one of them. He is a student, and we can see it through this example. We can see that the light and the brushstrokes are influenced by the style, or maybe. And what's interesting is that it's indirect, not direct. And we are able to see that these artists are not artists who learnt their painting art in France. And through this painting, you can see that he's au fait with Impressionism or Impressionist style. And Wang Yachan, who studied from 1917 to 22 at the Fine Arts Institute in China, then goes back to China, and he becomes a professor of the Special Fine Arts School in Shanghai. And he's one of the ones who actually also introduces Impressionism and the style of Impressionism in China. Now we also have Ni Yida. I'm mentioning Ni Yida because the sentence, this quote, says, after having studied Impressionism, I started to understand Cézanne, Van Gogh, and Matisse. So he started understanding something else. And we can see this through Ni Yida's example, that often the Chinese felt that this Impressionist style was a style among others, and at the time when they are discovering it, it's a style that's been around for 40 years, And so they receive or welcome this style, among others, and they very quickly move to post-impressionism, or here, where Nida is influenced by Marquet, for example. This reminds us of Marquet. These are styles that, in this case anyway, are not purely impressionist styles, paintings. Now, may I show you examples of a few painters who studied in France? France was to become, from the movement of the 4th of May 1919, was considered to be the movement for a new cultural movement in China. There was a full rejection or refusal of Confucianism, the former written language. People start writing in spoken language, and more than in previous years, there's an interest in pictorial style from Europe and the United States. This movement of the 4th of May consecrates the desire to, or embodies the desire to become westernized. And that's how many painters then go to study in France. And this is considered to be the artistic center in China. Not just them, but it's the center of art at the time. And France, for those who can pay and afford this trip and the studies from the 1910s and the 1920s, becomes the first place of choice for Chinese artists wishing to study Western oil painting techniques. And this time, of course, we have over 500 students being sent to Lyon. Lyon is a major center for the Chinese studying in France between the 1910s and the 1940s. The revolution of Impressionism is 40 years of age, but in China it's actually new because it's really discovered from the 1910s onwards. This Chinese person, Wu Fading, is a student in France. He's the first, actually, who goes to study fine art in France in 1911, quite early on. And to begin with, he sets off to study the law, to read the law, but he then, already law, then he decides to study fine art, which he finds more interesting, and he studies at the Fine Arts School of Paris. And then he goes back to China in 1919, the right year, the year of westernization, and he becomes a painting professor at the Fine Arts School in Beijing. You can see this painting of a woman in Manchu traditional clothing. You have this brushstroke, which is very academically realistic from an academic point of view, and it's not rare to have this mixture in China of two influences. Some painters that don't really dare use pure impressionist brushstrokes, but they're similar. It's a middle ground, really, and that's more or less what you can see on this painting. It's really use of a style that mixes both. Xu Beihong is very iconic and who studied in France, and then following this he became the spokesperson for realism. It's the art shaped on science, and it's a model for China. Xu Beihong, admitted to the art school in Paris in 1920, studied there and was then influenced by naturalism or realism, and even says of Manet that he is mediocre, and Renoir that he is very hackneyed or outdated, because these are artists you know, who don't follow the same rules in terms of life drawing. And these are artists who were against Impressionism in the 1960s, 70s in France. So he takes on board this criticism and he says they don't know how to paint and so on and so forth. Xu Beihong, and what's paradoxical is that there's this sort of influence, despite himself, of the Impressionism that his master, teacher, Dagnon Bouvray, had impressed on him. He was influenced by Impressionism himself. Maybe Xu Beihong had been impressed by this as well and influenced by it. And this is an influence that he rejects, he refutes. At the end of his life, Xu Beihong tells his students that the colors of Impressionist paintings played a useful role in the art world, but the subjects painted were empty of meaning and hollow, and that it wasn't interesting to show daily life or subjects of the daily life. It's interesting because Xu Beihong played a very important role in China following that, so even he was influenced. There are artists such as Yang Wenliang who really are struck and marked by this. This is just before he arrived in France. It's on the voyage, by the sea voyage, when on his way to France. He painted this painting. Others are even more striking after his arrival in France, and they really do show his strong influence, or the strong influence on him from the Impressionist vein. And Yan Weiliang also said himself that he was unconsciously influenced in the same as Xu Beihong, but he says it much more clearly. He says he was very much influenced by the current, the Impressionist current. Then we have Liu Haisu, who studied in Japan and then in France, and he really did draw inspiration from Impressionism. He was very much interested in it, and he wrote about it, and he even published books about it. And I'll show you this. Books that were published in China. He presents Monet and all of the major Impressionist masters, and he really drew direct inspiration, or completely drew inspiration from Manting's painting. This is a painting of the cathedral in Rouen, and he also painted Notre-Dame de Paris, and he tried to reproduce those light effects. The sun, you know, falling on the arches and so on. So he even went to London, and he painted a similar painting as Monet in his wake. He tried to, you know, render these light effects. Same as Monet. This Monet influence is obvious and evident. With this example by Liu Haisu, we can see that he had been exposed to the Impressionist current before he went to France. He had travelled and journeyed for quite a while to Japan, and then he went back to the source of Impressionism, France. There's another artist, Pan Yuliang, one of the rare women artists of the day. She was well known. She chose to stay in France after she had studied, but most of her works are actually to be found in China. She first of all studied at the Fine Art School in Lyon, then in Paris, in Lucien Simon's studio. She then went back to China, and then she came back to France, in China, between 1928 to 1937, and then she comes back to France because of the war. And then she took her students to paint outdoors and paint this type of subject. And then she chose to come back to France. And we can see that the subject, the color, were influenced. She changes her style. She associates Chinese style, Western style, and mixes or associates the two. But this is really influenced by Impressionist paintings and the Impressionist movement. Let me talk about the publications now. This is another vector for knowledge of the Impressionist movement in China. And I told you the first time we use the word Impressionism in China is 1912. Churen is back on his return from Japan. He studied there from 1906 to 1912, and he mentions the fact that he is borrowing this world, which means the school of impressions. And he talks about in his article about Manet and Impressionism. And in fact, in China, same as many other places, you get things wrong and you confuse Monet with Manet at the time, but he really does talk about Manet, and that's who he's talking about. And he talks about it. He talks about him as a realist who's slightly out of different from the others, and he talks about the Impressionist movement, but he doesn't yet give any names. What he says about Manet and the Impressionists is that what's important for them is the form and the color rather than the thought, rather than the subject. And he notes that there's this purpose in form and interest in form. And he also notes down that he is trying to capture instantaneous, immediate perceptions. So then we have Wang Yang, who studies in Japan also. And he publishes a guide of Western painting in 1918. He mentions Monet and Manet. He associates the Impressionist movement with science, and as far as he is concerned, it's a current similar to the academic realism that's based on science. So let's start with one of the words, or one of the important words in China, democracy and science, one of the watchwords, and these are two currents. In the eyes of the Chinese, you often read the word science alongside these different currents. And what's interesting is that in Chinese person is quite contrary. In the Impressionist current, they perceive it as something objective for them. The post-Impressionism is a current that provides subjectivity from the painter's point of view, but Impressionism, no, it's quite paradoxical though, because impression really means what it says, but that's the way things are understood in China, right until the end, actually, until the war. Then we have Liu Haisu publishing a book in which he... Well, Liu Haisu, I talked about him. He's the painter who painted the cathedrals in Monet style, and also the London paintings, Westminster. Liu Haisu is a very well-known tutor, one of the first to introduce life drawing, which is, of course, scandalous in China. And Liu Haisu wrote a book called A Brief History of the Western Landscape, and it was published in 1919, and he very much concentrates on vivid colors and outdoors painting. So, do we perceive or see these Impressionist paintings on photo? No, well, to start with, they're actually in black and white, so it's not actually that easy to see anything in them. But the first time that Impressionist paintings are, French Impressionist paintings are published in China, these are the pictures that we see in 1922. So it's not a very good rendering of the painting, the, Lunch on the Grass, Le Déjeuner sur l'herbe by Manet, and work by Pissarro. It gives a sort of very lame idea of what these painters had painted, but not really a very clear idea of the colors. That's the least one could say in any case. At the end of this first period, that runs all the way till the 1920s, until mid-1920s approximately, the Chinese already have a more or less clear idea of Impressionism. They've understood that it's a movement that is to be compared to realism, and that's more or less the result of plenarism. And the point of view of the Chinese at the time can be summarized in the following items that are not wrong. Very quick painting, that means that you can capture very quickly visual impressions and impression of light at a certain instant, and it also enables one to paint the fugitive or runaway sensations and feelings. So no hesitation, paint the on the shape outdoors with vivid colors, primary colors, and brush strokes. I don't know if I'm translating perfectly from Chinese, but that's what I've understood from what they were saying. Now, progress in knowledge of Impressionism from 1920 to 1949, when things are published more and more. It's something that's finally known by Chinese people. They're aware of it, and there are examples of reproductions. For example, the color reproduction here, it's the first time in 1928 that there is this type of reproduction of Impressionist paintings in color format. And this is by Feng Sekai, history of Western history of art, Western history of art. And Feng Sekai explains what is important for Impressionists. It's not what they paint, it's how they paint. And this is an idea that seems essential to him. And another idea, which I really like, is that he talks about Impressionists similar to as poets of the light. He links it to ink paintings, Chinese ink paintings, letter paintings, and he links this because he says, well, actually, in the end, ink painters and men of letters and women of letters in China have been more interested in painting how rather than what, and he sees an interesting link in this situation. He compares the two, anyway, on this level. And this can help, of course, Chinese people to understand the basis and the principles behind Impressionism. There are more and more documents or publications. For example, there's a clearer and clearer idea of the works of art, and despite all the works, and despite the fact that these colors are not necessarily exactly the same as the original colors. For example, there's this work by Liu Haisu I've already talked about, and it shows very well-known works, the ballet by Degas and a landscape by Monet. And actually, in the end, from the 1930s, from 1930, everything that is then published on this subject no longer provides or brings in new ideas or knowledge. Everything has been understood pretty well in China, and you can see in what this movement consisted in. And then in 1930, you will find reproductions, either black and white or color, and with articles explaining once again the main principles behind these new currents. And it introduces the different painters, and Liu Haisu himself publishes a series of books. You see them up here on the board. He publishes quite a lot of them. He publishes them on all of the major Impressionist paintings, Renoir, Monet, and so on and so forth. And these paintings are paintings from these paintings are paintings from the 1930s as well. I just wanted to attract these books, sorry, are books from the 1930s. I wanted to get you to understand this. Now, let's attract your attention to this. Now, that was the first idea of how Impressionism was welcomed in China. And there's always this, and still this idea that it's a style linked to science, whereas Post-Impressionism no longer is. In the eyes of Chinese people, there are writings that compare Post-Impressionism. They compare the style with this. A Van Gogh, such as, is considered to be a post-impressionist. So it's something that seems even closer to the erudite ink paintings, letter paintings, and the post-impressionist seems more higher in level than the Impressionists, because it's closer to the Chinese style. It's quite unusual, but from their point of view, it's closer. And something else, as I told you in the beginning, the Impressionist style, in their eyes, is an entry door or front door into the world of avant-garde or vanguard movements in Europe. And they learn everything pretty much all at the same time. Some people study Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, Cubism, all of the different currents, Fauvism, and they choose and mix all of these different styles. And realism, of course, takes over. Schubert, as I talked about, was considered to be the painter that absolutely had to be copied and imitated. And Mao, of course, who takes over power in 1949, throws, and in fact he'd already said this right from the 1940s, he throws out the Impressionist style as one that is empty of meaning and that concentrates exclusively on form. There are writings and speeches that criticize the Impressionist style following this, all of this.
Do we have any questions in the audience?
J'arrive.
Thank you both for the wonderful talks. I have two questions for Cici. I was very struck by Bisbee's washerwomen paintings. I immediately thought about the English Caribbean because the laundresses are a very common theme in the English Caribbean. And I was wondering if we know that he had any relation or if he visited the English Caribbean or he interacted with British artists working in the Caribbean. So that would be my first question. And the second question would be if we know if he also produced prints or lithographic albums, because his work also made me think about Michel Jean Casabon, who's from Trinidad, who's working for a primarily British market, and he's producing lithographic albums of Trinidad scenes of the very same motifs we also see in Bisbee's works. Thank you.
Thank you. These are great ways to think more deeply about how Visper is engaging the Caribbean. Unfortunately, our archival record of Visper is quite slim. As far as I know, I don't think that he's not a trained printmaker, as far as I know. In terms of his engagement with the English Caribbean, he's only in the Danish islands, but I don't think that that doesn't entirely preclude the potential that he's aware of these other types of Caribbean visual culture. Like even if we think back to Agostino Brunias, who's working in the 18th century, whose prints are sort of translated across imperial contexts, it is possible that he may have known or seen them in relationship to the Danish West Indies. But in terms of traveling specifically to English Caribbean islands, no, I think he's almost only on St. Croix. In fact, he doesn't even go to the other two islands.
Thank you both so much. Wonderful papers. One question for both of you and then one for Cici, and I'll keep them short. I've noticed that in the kind of global and post-colonial approach to Impressionism that you're taking, the more examples I hear, the method often comes with a biographical approach. And I'm wondering whether that is necessarily the case or whether a post-colonial Impressionist art history could be told otherwise than through biography, right? That it could be told in the way Cici did as their third term, right? As episodes in a decolonial history that's a bit more devoid from attaching itself to travelers and artists and biographies. That would be my first question. The second one is for you, Cici, and it has to do with, I couldn't quite see what standard or ideal of visibility of Black female labor your artist and these pictures are being measured against, right? And I guess in the name of critical fabulation, right? If you could dream up a painting that would, in your critical frame, adequately represent Black female labor, right? What would that look like, right? And I'm sort of wondering whether there isn't a lack, no matter what the representation is, because Black female labor is by its nature exploitative in this historic circumstance. So I'm just wondering what we are measuring this against in some sense, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, I have to speak English or French. Non, ça va. Oui, en fait.
Yes, indeed. It's an interesting approach as well. I insisted on the lives of artists and their travels and the works that they might have seen and how these might have influenced them, but there's another approach possible as well, and it's interesting too to think about what this style represents for them, why compared to China, progress, what we used to see at the time. And there's something else that I didn't insist on too much. Of course, it's important to say that these are not copies. These are, in a way, a sort of reappropriation, a creation with a fusion of styles. I don't know if this answers your questions, but of course, basing ourselves on the approach of post-colonialists is interesting as well, because China was undergoing a semi-colonization, as we called it, back then. So it's, of course, a point of view that it's a point of view that we can adopt as well.
From these biographical models in particular, but in the case of the presentation that I made today, because I'm thinking about such a small corner of the world, I think at some point it becomes necessary, and particularly to make the argument about Black labor history that I'm trying to make, some relationship becomes necessary, especially in the case of Larson, who is working in direct in cahoots with the conservative faction of Danish society. But I agree that the burden, I'd call it like a burden of proof that's placed on colonial scholars to assume that one does not know the history of the colony that one is talking about, nor the minor or minor artists who go there. I think I at least make an assumption that in order to get people on the same page, I have to at least offer some sort of biographical context. But like, do I care that Vispu was a dentist? Not really. To your second question about the possibility of a representational standard for Black women's labor, and I'll expand it from the Danish West Indies to say maybe the Atlantic world to core in the 19th century. I think then one has to turn away from the types of objects that are typically the purview of art history, and that are the ones that, with full admission, are the ones that I know how to work with best. I'm thinking of like other types of aesthetic practice that Black women engage in, either for each other or in community in the Caribbean, straw work being one of them. Woodwork is another that is specific to the Virgin Islands, that is both an aesthetic object, a record of labor, and a kind of non-representational way into thinking about how that might be a kind of ethical or even an accurate standard of what that representation is like. But I would argue that colonial painting sort of will always fail.
Si vous voulez, j'ai des questions.
I have questions if you want. One each. So for CC, when you analyze the work of these Black women that are dressed in white, you looked at their clothes and the fact that they're white. Do you also look at their origins, the fact that they are wearing Western clothes, which could be a sign of imperialism or resistance in other contexts? And for Mary, the idea that Impressionism is a scientific art, it's also a cliché. It's what Léonce Benedict says as well when he saw Impressionism in the collections of the state, is the conclusion of his work. So maybe these are some of the stereotypes of the reception of Impressionism. Liu Aisu and these authors who write on Impressionism, how do they discover and what do they know about the French reception of Impressionism? And my second question is, the scientific image of Impressionism resonated in the scientific community in the Chinese Republic. So do these painters have a more significant political role in their careers because of that? And to the contrary, is Impressionism going to be described as against the spirit of the Republic, which would mean that Impressionist paintings are part of a Chinese debate between the Republicans and people who are against the Republic? Is it the case?
C'est juste pour clarifier.
Just to clarify, this is a question on the origins of the workers or the clothes? I will answer in English, sorry.
The clothing is all, so the one intervention that Caribbean women would make across the archipelago into their sartorial choices would be vis-a-vis madras, the patterned headscarves that occur in both of the Golden Age portraits that I showed. But there are even more specific practices on other Caribbean islands, like Martinique, for instance, where depending on the tie of the madras headscarf, it indicates different marital statuses, and different relationships within community. So all of the clothing is Occidental and or Western, but in their own sartorial choices, Black women are intervening in it. Where the clothing comes from, like, is it of Occidental origin? There's significant cotton production on St. Croix at least, but none of it is refined locally, so it all has to be exported either to the continental US or Europe, and then fabric is re-imported.
C'est à moi. Oui, oui, moi ce que je pourrais dire.
What I can say about this is, indeed, at the time, Franz Kai, who are painters themselves, so they have these ideas on science, they have stereotypes, but it doesn't come from France because they don't speak French at all. It comes from Japan. They translated these works, so it's through this. It's not direct. So it's been digested twice. Exactly. And we can trace it back. We know where it comes from. We know that Fonseca wrote a book regarding Van Gogh, and he translated it from a book written in Japanese. And it's very interesting to see, very funny to see that the fact that it's a crazy painter is seen as something positive, because in China, being crazy is perceived in a very positive light for painters. It is seen as being a genius. So they are interested in him as if he was a literati painter, just like in China. So for this first question on where do these stereotypes come from, it's from Japan mostly. And the second question was their position, the position of these painters. Yes, all of the painters that I mentioned all had high positions as professors in schools, in fine arts schools. They did not have a political role, but they still played a key part in education. As for that debate between post-impressionism, on post-impressionism, yes, there was quite a hotly debated topic regarding these movements, the style that should be adopted. And in the end, it's a way for the Chinese at the time to remember that their art, their painting also had value. So when they try to show that post-impressionism is close to the ink paintings of literati, they're trying to save face in a way, in light of the world and the evolution of the world, showing that ancient China also has strengths. Well, thank you. I think that we can applaud them once again and thank them, because this is officially the end of this conference, and Ségolène is going to say a few words. Maybe I won't see anything here either, but I'm going to try to go there. So that's it. We're done. Incredible. We had started talking about landscapes and impressionism, and talking about the different meaning of fields, which is not only a field of puppies, for instance, including the First World War, where the connotation is completely different. But Paul also mentioned the fact that it could be the battlefield as well, and it's the materiality of painting. And that was the idea of this conference, to echo the two exhibitions that we have at the Musée d'Orsay today regarding Impressionism. I think it's a bit early to draw clear-cut conclusions on these 3 days that have been intense and interesting. But as always, I think that when we close a conference such as this one, what matters is not so much what took place during the conference, which of course was very interesting, but it's also what happened on the side, in the conversations, the people we met. I was impressed by the fact that little by little I noticed that there were many curators who came from England and the US and who are preparing exhibitions, and who could maybe discuss with students, with academics about these upcoming exhibitions. So I think that these conversations were also very important. I saw Juliette Barrault-Wilson, that I really admire. Henri Zernet is here today. Many of us are delighted to see him here today. because he was a very inspiring professor who became a friend. And so I think that this was what I wanted to say to close this conference. I think that we've also shown that Impressionism could be seen in many different disciplines and approaches, and the very last session shows these different approaches very well, from post-colonialism or artistic geography, or even the transaerial geography. There's a book that mentions everything that takes place within a continent and different areas. I also wanted to go over the different times of this conference. We've talked about the question of identity of Impressionism from a historical point of view that was unexpected by Christophe Charles around the civil documents and town hall documents, not only from groups that signed the documents there, but groups that were there when the documents were signed. And then there's a study that shows that we can look at the critiques and the way art was received. Alexandra Morrison was this mysterious artist without works of art that was rediscovered, but who remains mysterious because we know that she was a photographer, and she exhibited many works of art, but we still don't know what she exhibited in 1874. Then there was an interesting session on ecology and territories, and it's a very important question around Impressionism. These ecological matters, the fact that we talk about the Impressionist haze, but this is also about the shapes being borderless, which is also the reason why Impressionism was sometimes left aside, because it was not structured and crystal clear. And we often see this Impressionist haze very differently, and not at all the way it was seen in the US, importantly. And in light of these questions of pollution and environment and threats, environmental threats, and we're all well aware of this, well, they make these paintings particularly relevant. And these presentations also talked about the opposition between Pissarro and Monet. We've seen how Pissarro represents factories in a very different way compared to the way Monet represents trains passing by the factories of his brother, Léon Monet, among other things. And we've had this very interesting presentation on sand and sand extraction from the bottom of the Seine, allowing for ships to navigate the Seine, which becomes a picture of land arts. And Mrs. Westerbaert mentioned it. I'm not going to go over everything that was said. We've had a garden historian as well, and I thought that this was a very important approach to introduce as well the link between the history of Impressionism and urban planning. We've not talked about this at all, unfortunately, during this conference, but also landscape planning. And we've had this presentation by Claire on this topic. And then the question of the Expressionist haze that is revisited by Eliasson's setup a very interesting opening on the reception of contemporary art based on Monet's art. This conference was based on both exhibitions, the virtual one and the 1874 one. That was a very interesting presentation as well. And we've seen it at the Musée d'Orsay as well, so this was very interesting. In particular, since the Manifesto of Impressionists has been an exhibition rather than a document, so it was very interesting to tackle this topic as well. We heard about it during the presentation on the virtual reproduction of the Whistler exhibition by Isabelle Le Chien. And with Christian Humer, it was something different. He tried to look at the serial exhibition by Monet with different ways of presenting this on the market, which might have existed in art history from the Netherlands in the 17th century up until Munkachi's presentations that are very formal phenomena that circulate and might make us think of the way Jericho exhibited his art. With Margot de Goutte, we've heard of the Venice Biennale and the way in which in Italy we presented it differently depending on the different exhibitions, which gave way to a very interesting presentation, that of Elise, with a wonderful investigation that she carried out with the investigations on all of the exhibitions of the year 1974. And I don't know if it's Anne Robbins or Patrick who told me, well, she found more than we did. So it was very interesting. Of course, it was about a comparison with the Parisian exhibition and as well as the ones in Bordeaux and everything that took place around the world. Of course, the 1974 exhibition is a topic that she should continue to work on. It's very interesting. And then we had this question on paper impressionism, which compared to what we were expecting at first was a topic that we wanted to develop in the conference. It's something on impressionism and the relation with arts and expression and the story of representation, since it's a lab with history, photo, etc. And there hasn't been any communication on these fields, so we decided to focus on impressionism and paper and the question of support and material, which is why we've had an afternoon that covered materials under two different angles: paper arts on the one hand and materiality of paper with its watermarks, the white with the zinc white. And this question of impressionist light was covered both by the fact that the haze and also the light given via the use of zinc white, waiting for the white cube that we've not mentioned very much, but also matters when talking about this impressionist clarity. And on this session about paper impressionism, it was interesting to hear Hollis talk. I found out that she was herself a printmaker, and when talking about prints, the technique used and the technical experimentation, she talked a lot about coincidence and magic of etching, and it was very interesting to hear her talk about the series that we often see in etching and prints, but it's also a way to get back to the oneness of artworks, and that's something that Ashley Dune also mentioned in her presentation, which was linked to that of Holly. And Julien talked about photography and a vision that through this camera lens will be transposed via a medium, a different medium. And it gives us a different idea of Impressionism, and we rediscover one of the anchor of Impressionism as a possible one for pictorialism. But it is fueled by so many sources that it's a plethora of references. On the section on paper Impressionism, today we got back to the social and historical art history, which is of course very important in the reception of Impressionism. We mentioned it during debates, and I think it was important to do so. We've talked about the part of Robert Herbert, who introduced a vision that is really influenced by historical Impressionism, and he really looked at brushstrokes from very up close to see how to qualify this Impressionist brushstroke. What I enjoyed in your presentations is that you talked about the report to the stock exchange, with the stock exchange, of course, which is, of course, a reflection on the art market. We have the Pinault Foundation by the Bourse and the Hôtel de Rouen opened in 1952. And there was, in this area in Paris, we had this hub that was, all of these buildings were not so far from one another. And of course, from the July monarchy, they all highlighted all of the links between these things. What I enjoyed from André and Laura's presentations is the fact that you all looked very closely at the artworks, and you really gave us an interpretation of paintings and artworks to give us this interpretation of this social and cultural history. And I really enjoyed what André said as well on the Tariff's house, which has this anthropomorphic shape that is looking at the horizon, and that becomes a return of the landscape figure in Monet's work. And then there was this section on rereading the history of Impressionism, and this is when we talked about Herbert. I mentioned him earlier. But also, as Neil mentioned it, Frank Castel's approach, I discovered how mean he was. It's incredible. And at one point, he mentioned that it was a driving force, this meanness. He really roasted everyone. And then I realized that what he was saying was a bit trivial, so I was not thrilled by Frank Castel's point of view. And then Jérémy also mentioned very interesting things, because it's a complete change in focus, because Monet is becoming, is entering in a dimmer phase, and Cézanne is gaining momentum. It will be very important for the English and American museums. But I remember that when we had the Fry exhibition in London a few years ago, on the cover there was the reproduction of a Monet painting, which I think was a poppy field. So there was interest for Monet's work, but of course he was in the shade of Cézanne, who was the main painter of that time. As for the section on Impressionism at a global scale, we've just heard it, so maybe no need to sum it up, but Todd showed us 5 paintings in particular, and this was the thread. Today we worked as art historians with different approaches and methodologies and disciplines and fields, but always as art historians, and I think that this is what I will remember from this conference. I appreciated that you did that, and Todd gave us his interpretation of 5 different paintings to try to question something that he mentioned during in his book, Allure of Empires, so the colonial and post-colonial eras. Tamara Diaz-Calcaño, I learned a lot on this art of the Caribbean in Puerto Rico. And these presentations, as far as I'm concerned, I learned a lot and discovered a lot, but it's more difficult to react to them because these are fields and artworks that I'm not very familiar with, and this might be an answer to the question that André asked on why do we talk about biographies. It's because every time in Marie Laureat's it was even more striking. When we talk about this global art history, we have to explain the backdrop, because we have to say, well, there was such and such artists, they did so and so, because otherwise we don't know what we're talking about. We need it. So I learned a lot on these different artists. I wrote names. I was also interested by the tropics, and Cece's presentation was very interesting. One of the questions I had was the link with the panoramic wallpapers and panoramas, because indeed, as early as the 50s, they are big blue skies, and I thought that chromatism was quite comparable. So this was interesting. And I realized that maybe this was a link with Basel. As for Marie, I think that your approach shows the importance of this Asian era as such, and that works in line with the West, but it's not as important as what takes place between Japan and China, and we know this today as well. It's interesting to see that this mediation was done mostly by painters, much more than by critics or art historians or professors, university professors. So at a global scale, it's not a movement that is a movement of the history of art history. It's through painters that we discover and learn new ways of paintings and problems that they were faced with. I thought it was very interesting to look at the way the word was introduced and what it meant. That was a very interesting slide on the first time we heard the word Impressionism. And then the very poor reproductions, the fact that we discovered Impressionism through painters and their artworks in a very indirect manner, because we know one of Monet's games was to play with photography so that it would not be reproducible. Of course, he was interested in the reproduction of these artworks, but he controlled it very well. He accepted one reproduction in color for a book in England, but that's it. He was really careful to the way in which his artwork was reproduced, or he did his own prints. And when looking at these very bad photographs, it convinced me even further that prints, and the fact that I mentioned the catalogs that were illustrated with etching, it's been an important medium for Impressionism, because it gave a better impression than these very poor photographs, and the worst ones are their color photographs, of course. And I would like to close on a story that you all know about. if we take a picture of the sunrise in black and white, well, you can no longer see the sun. And to conclude, because of course I took too long, there are many things that are going to take place. We're going to have the Pissarro exhibition in Potsdam next week, or very soon, I think next week. And there's another conference next week, Clarisse Lapis and Claire Durand-Ruel, where the curators. Next Thursday, we have the Whistler exhibition in Rouen. And there's the Impressionism and Photography exhibition in Le Havre. And yesterday I heard of many exhibitions that are underway, that are in the pipeline, so we're really looking forward to hear more about them. Very recently, the Musée d'Orsay purchased many artworks and archives by Félix and Marie Braquemont. So recently they've bought a lot of artworks and interesting archives. And soon we're going to have the Lyon conference on materiality and materiality, and I would like to thank the organizers for their support. We're delighted to have her here, and it was very interesting to hear her presentation of the future research center this morning. It will be so important for our discipline. Barthélemy Jobert was here all along, and except for right now, because he is rehearsing, he is helping students rehearse rather for their PhD, for their scholarships. But I was delighted to see him. He published this review on Impressionism, the art review, and there are many interesting things there as well. I'm delighted to read it. It was just published, just out of the press. And last but not least, we've talked about the medium-term outlooks for the Research and Resource Center of the Musée d'Orsay. And forgive me, because it could have been longer. Olivier wanted to talk about the platform, but they're preparing a platform that's going to be a wonderful tool to present the news of art history, mediation tool. So he talked about this project, but I think he's going to work on it even further. And in the fall, we will be able to launch it, and the call for contributions and participation. We really hope that it will be helpful for everyone and useful for everyone in this field of research on Impressionism. And lastly, this is really my last comment, I would like to thank the person who is the secretary of our lab, Alexandra Cava, who we've not mentioned her in the several comments that we made to thank people, and she contributed for the preparation of this conference, in particular for today. So I wanted to thank Alexandra and the four curators of the exhibition, because without these exhibitions and the many debates around both exhibitions, we couldn't have talked about this. We talked about the virtual exhibitions, and this was very interesting. And all of these discoveries, without having very poor reproductions, as in China, we've seen the actual artwork. It's extraordinary, an exhibition. I would like to thank Scarlett Reliquet from the Musée d'Orsay, and of course, once again, Natacha Pernac, Olivier, and lastly, Félicie.